Council Redevelopment Agency, October 24, 2011 meeting to order. Everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Maltby, item number 2, do we have any changes to the order of the agenda?
No changes this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Rubens, report from closed session.
There's no reportable items from closed session that was at the special meeting earlier.
Great, we'll go to item number 4, council communications and announcements. We'll start with you, Mr. Lewis.
The only thing I want to make an announcement of, and Councilmember Royce may also fill in on this, is that the San Carlos Treasure Hunters event on October 29th is coming up, and it's a great local event that sort of involves treasure hunting and San Carlos facts and history and so forth, and it's a great deal. So the website is scctreasurehunters.com, and it's a great event and worth taking a look at.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Grisilli.
Mr. Mayor, nothing this evening.
And Mr. Royce.
Nothing.
Mr. Grocott. Okay, the only announcement I have, and I do not know the time, so someone could probably help me fill in, is this Friday we have the Goblin Walk. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's for ages 7 and under. It starts at 4:30 to 6. 4:30 to 6, Ms. Bolin, just in case you didn't catch that time. So 4:30 to 6 on Laurel Street. It'll be the 700, 800 blocks of Laurel Street. They're going to close them down completely, and children 7 and under can go trick-or-treating from all the local businesses. So come on, wear your costumes. It's always a good time. We'll go to item number 5, public comments. I only have one public comment slip. This is for persons wishing to address the City Council on matters not on the posted agenda may do so. We have Kathleen Gallagher.
Good evening. Thanks for the comment on the treasure hunt. We're planning on doing it our first one. I'm Kathleen Gallagher, a member of San Carlos Green, calling you to your attention the Climate Action Plan that was adopted on October 12, 2009. As a San Carlos Green member, our concern is that the city is not integrating the adopted Climate Action Plan recommendations into city decisions with any type of consistent method. The result is that city staff who are not aware of the climate action plans. There are 23 programs that were adopted by council to meet the greenhouse gas reduction target of 15% by 2020. Those 23 programs are energy efficiency for residents, businesses, energy and cost savings for city businesses. These can be integrated into city repaving projects, code updates, building department updates. So as of May 2011, CEQA has required monitoring plans that identify the department and the staff to implement the programs and an annual review of those climate action plans. By the way, this is for new climate action plans, not ones that have been adopted. So we had requested in July of this year an update of the climate action plans. We have not seen that come to council. The city spent $85,000 for this climate action plan development. We're recommending that the City Council request staff to prepare at a future council meeting a comprehensive method to basically do a checklist, some type of check-in monitoring plan to ensure that this is the guiding document that it was intended to be for city decisions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kathleen. We'll be moving on to item 6, which is approval of consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be acted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed from separate action. We have public removal of item 6D. Do any council members wish to remove any others?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Grocott?
Item B, C, and E.
B, C, and E. Anyone else? Can I get a motion for the others?
So I would move approval then of items A, F, G through J.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Coyne?
Yes. Okay, we will start, Mr. Grocott, with item 6B, adopt minutes of October 17, 2011 special meeting.
Okay, on that item, I pulled that because reading through, when I got down to item 8A, unfinished business. It states that there was a motion and a second. This is near the bottom of the page. Matt Grocott, Brad Lewis moved to add discussion of the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives as an item in the city's strategic plan. And actually, the way that went about was Mr. Lewis was considering a second to that, and then he had some concerns about how I had made the motion. He wanted it to be more of a discussion item or a report to council. There was discussion on that. I was wanting it to be put on the agenda in such a way that it could be an action item. Mr. Grusili ultimately made the second.
Okay, so is that your change?
Yes, so the change is that it reflect that it is not just a discussion item, that it is similar to what, I brought actually an example, if it's helpful, of the way we usually do the strategic plan, and we always have a date by when something is to be done, by whom, and what's to be done. And if it has action, for instance, I'll read an example here. Recommend to the City Council for action options for the library interior renovation project, as an example. And certainly by my motion, that's what I was looking for, that we would have something that was date specific, by whom, and
Well, Mr.
and
Grocott,
action.
the minutes only read was actually done. You didn't make a motion that was state-specific or by whom. So the minutes...
That's fine, but I was looking for it to be an action item, and I think Mr. Grusili was as well.
So can we make that change, Ms. Bowen?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take a motion on everything afterwards together. So 6C?
Well, I'm still on the minutes.
Oh, you're
I'm
still on
sorry.
minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's okay. So then the next action item is on the following page, in the middle of the page. Perhaps it's sufficient the way it's stated, but the actual motion was to approve a $15,000 grant, and $5,000 we would authorize as it was matched by other fundraising. And so
So the motion needs to reflect what was written prior, where it says the city support the program with a one-time amount of $15,000 and additional dollar-for-dollar match up to $5,000. That's what should be
correct.
the motion, should be, Ms. Bowen.
Got it.
Okay. Any others in the minutes?
that's it on the minutes.
Okay. Moving on to 6C. Adopt a resolution awarding a contract to Cregan and D'Angelo to develop a civic facilities master plan.
Sure, and on this one, it says under fiscal implications that funds for a civic facilities master plan were budgeted and approved by the council, but it doesn't tell us how much was budgeted, and I'm one who's always looking for that, that balance of the checkbook, as it were, and so I need to know
Mr.
how much
Long's
did we
coming up,
budget.
Mr. Grocott.
Yes, that's a good point. It was $120,000 that were budgeted for that particular plan.
120? Okay,
Yes.
so we have $200 left.
Yes.
Okay, very good, thank you. And so with that, I would move approval then of...
Excuse me, I have also one comment on this
Okay.
item. And that was the, specifically in the, when it talked about the green and sustainable action in the RFP and also in the subsequent description of the project, it says the condition assessment will include evaluation of mechanical systems, electrical equipment, lights and controls, and recommend measures that support green and sustainable goals. I was just going to say to staff that we should add the language, and this is quite prior to the comments prior to the meeting, that specifically asks that as this project, because it's a pretty broad evaluation, of how the evaluation of each one of the properties relates to the climate action plan. Because I think there's some farther reaching elements in the plan than just that sentence. So I'd just like to make sure the analysis include that when it comes back to council.
Do we need a motion on that?
We'll take a motion on all four when we get through them, if that's okay, Mr. Rubens? Yeah. Okay, so 6D, we have Suzanne Emerson. Mr. Long, you're going to want to stay up here.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm saying, do we need a motion if we're going to change the language in this?
It's just in the staff report. We're not changing the language in the resolution.
Okay.
It's up to the council whether you want to do it all four items.
Oh, no, Mr. Grocott, I was just asking if we need a motion because we noted that was $120,000 were budgeted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Miss Suzanne, come on up. Yep. So this is for 6D, consideration of adopting a resolution of the City Council awarding a contract to Yancey Roofing for the installation of a new roof at the Adult Community Center.
Good evening, Suzanne Emerson of San Carlos for San Carlos Green. Cool roofs are roofing products made of materials with high reflectivity, that is the fraction of solar energy reflected by the roof, and thermal emissivity, that's a roof's surface's ability to radiate absorbed heat. Cool roofs can stay 20 to 60 degrees cooler in the summer months than conventional roofing materials, resulting in less need for air conditioning. CertainTeed, GAF, and other major producers of shingles, including two of the manufacturers represented by the samples behind me, utilize specially developed pigments that help to reflect the ultraviolet section of the light spectrum so that it's not absorbed into the roofing materials, making the building warmer. These examples here are Class A fire rated and limited lifetime warranty. Information about many cool roof materials are available through the Cool Roof Rating Council at coolroofs.org. Cool roofs are addressed in the Climate Action Plan in the Energy Use Reduction Measure 7, which says to provide for increased albedo, which is reflectivity, of urban surfaces including roads, driveways, sidewalks, and roofs in order to minimize the urban's heat island effect. The staff report on the Adult Community Center re-roofing project mentions the use of 40-year shingles, does not discuss further specifications, does not indicate whether these are to be cool roof materials or not, does not indicate whether or not that was considered. If it is the staff's intent that the city enter into a contract that is or may be in violation of the procedures, of the policies that are already in the Climate Action Plan, I would think that should be included in the staff report, and I don't see that anywhere. Also, the RFP itself was not attached to the staff report, so I wasn't able to find those specifications. If it's a matter of one shingle looking prettier than the other, I would think that if we're going to be entering the city into a contract that might not comport with the Climate Action Plan, that issue should perhaps be brought to council. I would suggest that the issue be clarified before the city decide to enter into the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Mr. Long?
Yes, the RFP did not specify using cool shingles. It had specifications for shingles that were A-rated or fire rating, that had a 40-year warranty. Cool shingles, her point is well taken. There's some case studies that say there's minimal benefit from using cool shingles. We'd have to do an analysis based on the rating of the just the plain asphalt shingles that we put specifications for, as opposed to some of the alternative cool shingles. Cool shingles are used primarily in home application, but they can be used in commercial application. One thing that we have to consider is the pitch of the roof there is very noticeable, so we have to make sure that we're sensitive to the aesthetics of the facility itself. For example, white shingles would serve a much better environmental impact in terms of keeping the facility cool and deflecting light, but it wouldn't look that pleasing. I did contact the vendor today that is proposed for the contract, and they said they would make recommendations based on what they call Energy Star rating or cool shingles to us at the time we're selecting the color, so we can still incorporate that. But again, the point is well taken that that needs to be spec'd out, and we will be attentive to that as we move forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Long. Are there any questions? Mr. Grocott?
I have a few questions. The facility as it stands now, or as it will after the shingles are installed, is it insulated at the roof?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
It is. Okay. I would offer a few comments to the council if there's no other questions.
Okay, we have more questions. Mr. Royce?
Currently, we have tile on that roof.
That's correct.
So what's the thinking of moving away from tile?
We're going to get, the tile has been a little bit problematic in how it was installed. The asphalt shingles is a much more durable and it's self-sealing, so we hope to stay away from some of the leak problems that we've had with the current roof.
Well, my thinking is it's not a historical building, but one of our showcase buildings. Tile is tile. It's historically on hacienda and some of our older structures. Is something that preserves a lot of character, I think, in our town, as long as it passes all the heating and cooling requirements. So
Right.
I'm just questioning why the change.
Yeah, right.
So you can
And we're also considering, this is a 40-year roof. We're still considering the possibility of installing solar panels, and a shingle roof would be more conducive to installing the solar panels for that particular location.
Okay, Mr. Long, you know what my question's going to be. So we've had many discussions about this. Is there any opportunity for us to get skylights at the adult community center?
Yes, there is. We actually had that engineered. We were trying to push this all together, and we're racing the rain right now. But we have had an engineer take a look at that, do drawings, and we're prepared to install a skylight as part of the project.
Cool, because I see that, the amount we're looking at is $84,000, and we budgeted $150,000.
So we're well under budget, so we do have.
We're going to have a lot of wiggle room, right?
Yes.
Okay. The only reason I bring that up is I've had many seniors in the adult community center come up to me and say that it's so dark and damp in there that they would like some more natural light, which I think is a pretty good argument. Are there any other questions?
If looking into the cool tiles, it comes back it's more expensive, do we need to do anything about the amount that we're?
Well, in that case, it would probably be a change order, which would be less, depending on the amount level, but it would probably be less than we would be required to bring back here. And it's guesstimated, and I say that, use that term loosely, guesstimated at possibly another $6,000 to the price of the roof itself.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other, Mr. Crocott, you had some discussion.
Just a few comments. Mr. Long's correct that not only is it aesthetics when the roof is steep like that, but also the ability of these things to work when you're at an angle such as that, the way the sun rays hit it, the effectiveness can be dissipated greatly. And the other thing that has to be thought about is, I think the person who spoke is talking about the impact it would have on heating and cooling the building. But if it is insulated, that's why I asked the question, is generally what happens is the mass of the insulation will accept the heat during the day and hold it, and then at night, when it cools down, will dissipate that heat anyway. So the impact of global, to the climate or the air, or the warmth of the air, or so forth, you're either going to get it during the day or at night, either way. So I don't really see that it's that much of an impact either way.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to 6E. Thank you, Mr. Long. 6E, adopt resolution approving classification specification for Director of Community Relations / City Clerk and amend management group salary schedule. Mr. Grocott, you pull this?
Does there want to be a staff report on this at all, or should I just jump into
We can have,
comments and questions?
I see you in the back. Mrs. Mendenhall will come up.
We didn't actually prepare a staff report for this, but everything is noted in the staff report for you.
Well, then I have a question for you, because it says here that under fiscal implications, that adding this Director of Community Relations to the city clerk position, it says that there's no additional cost. But I remember when we were doing budget, I had asked, I was mindful of the fact that with the vote of the public to change the city clerk position from being both, you might say, elected at the time and appointed to only being appointed, in other words, being a staff person under the authority of the city manager, that we would thereby have savings from paying both positions. And I had asked that during the budget hearings, and I was told we've accounted for that, we've taken the cost out, and the savings is in the budget. And now this says there's no cost, and I don't understand how there could be no cost when at the budget hearing we were told we're gaining the savings, but now we're going to pay the same amount if we approve this.
The salary for the city clerk's position is the same. It hasn't changed.
But there were two positions. There was
$100 a month in addition for the elected position.
Right.
That was included in the city clerk's salary budget for 2012.
Say that again?
So there was $100 per month, so a total of $1,200 per year. That was included in the city clerk's budget for 2012
Okay.
in the salary and benefits.
So when I asked the question about that savings, then I guess that answer was something else. That's what I was asking about.
Honestly, I don't recall that question coming up in the budget hearing.
So what's the change that's going on here then?
There's no change to the salary benefit that she's receiving now. The compensation will be the same.
So, Ms. Mendenhall, essentially it's a title promotion, and it's additional work, but there's no additional compensation.
It's a title change. The compensation is remaining the same, correct?
So the compensation is remaining the same for the two positions that are being melded into one, or no? In other words, it's not a lot of money, but the $1,200 is then not going to be saved because the position is going away. Because we're not going to have an assistant city clerk and a city clerk manned by the same person. We're going to now have just city clerk administrative position, right?
Correct. The $1,200 has been included in the salary and benefits.
That's not what I was led to believe during budget hearings, but okay.
Okay, so now I have a question because...
Mr. Rosilli?
So let's just go to step 5. It's 9597 is the salary?
Correct.
Is the $100 in there?
Yes.
Okay. So it's 9497 plus $100.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And that hasn't changed from the same way that was in the budget, the same numbers?
That was the way it was budgeted,
And
correct?
the steps haven't changed, all it is the title?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, can we get motions for 6, what was it? BCD&E?
Make a motion to approve items 6B, 6C, 6D, and 6E.
Second that.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
We're putting all those all together?
Yep.
Why are we doing that?
Just for time's sake. If you want to vote no, you can vote no on one particular.
Item E, I'd wish to vote no, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So noted, right?
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item 7A. Receive report on the implementation status of Public Works business systems improvements for maintenance and sewer collection systems. To the staff, we have 4 reports tonight, so if we can keep them as succinct as possible, that'd be greatly appreciated. The library. Oh. It's a study session. Sorry.
I'm just curious.
I'm doing it for you, Bob.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The intent of this report is to update you on the status of the Comprehensive Business Systems Improvement Plan for the maintenance and sewer collection systems of the City of San Carlos. And in 2009, we hired LA Consulting, who's a national management consulting firm to assist Public Works with improvement of the maintenance operations in the sewer, storm drainage, traffic, and fleet services. Tonight, I'll just start with a brief introduction, and then I'll ask Carrie Lorick of Lorick Consulting, LA Consulting, to come up and talk about some of the changes that were made. And I'll come back up to summarize and just talk about the future. We started a comprehensive review of the existing systems in place to give us a benchmark of where we were. And in the last 9 months or so of operating the new system, we've made significant improvements in the speed at which we can deliver our maintenance services to the community, as well as a reduction in the costs. And LA Consulting has completed their guiding the city through this process and the implementation of the early recommendations that you see there up on the screen. And ongoing best management practices are underway. And tonight, what we intend to present to you is that the City of San Carlos has proactively improved and done more with available resources than we've ever done before in the maintenance sector. And now I'll ask Mr. Lorick to get up and talk about our approach and improvements.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Terry Lorick with LA Consulting, and I'm really excited to talk to you about this. It's always great to do studies, but it's better to talk about what's happened after the fact. So we're going to talk about what we did, but it's more of what your people did. We just helped them, and they did it. So we didn't we didn't fix any potholes, we didn't put any signs up. Your people did. So we're going to be talking about what they did, but we're going to be talking about the process we went through. We did produce a report. There's 4 steps. This is the report that's produced. It was actually an action plan. It was a plan to actually do certain things. And we actually went through a process. We were selected in a competitive manner right around the first of 2009. And we completed the study, and after the study was completed, one of our recommendations was look at the automated portion of your operations. And you selected, not us, but you selected the software. And after that, we actually configured the software and worked with the vendor. And then the first of this year, it actually went live. And when it went live, it wasn't just the computer system going live, it was all the business processes we're going to talk about. And today we're talking about we're going to show you some real data, actually what occurred. But the key thing was, it wasn't about technology, it was all about how the employees applied this into doing their work. The system you chose was, the software was called Lucidi, and it's really not that important. It is a tool you're using, but it also integrated with other things. We integrated with your mapping system, your GIS. We also integrated with your SCADA system, which is the telemetry system that monitors your pumps. And so it was actually enhancing the technology you already had. This map that you're looking at now is actually depicting some of the manholes and sewer lines within your city. When we started, you had about 10 different versions of this, and they were in different places. So one of the things we did is put it all in one place and linked it up with the other technology so you could actually fully utilize it. The other thing that happened is we set up a lot of business processes. A lot of it was how to schedule. So your employees now actually do 2-week scheduling. Every 2 weeks they do a schedule of what they're going to do the next 2 weeks. They actually have work methods, guidelines that are established. They actually have a workflow that they follow when they get a phone call, to when they assign it to someone, to when the work gets done. They have a process to identify what is work, what causes something to be triggered to actually do the work. And then they actually monitor and say, this is what we did, this is what we were supposed to do, how does that relate? So a lot of it was setting up good business practices. One of the things that occurred was we actually set up work standards. There are actually work standards and guidelines for everything you do. If you would go around within a 20 or 30 mile radius of you in other cities, you'll find that they don't even have these standards. These standards you set up give you a little bit of an edge. You actually have gone through a detailed process, and it's hard to see that, but from cleaning the sewer line to putting up the sign, you actually have a detailed way of actually how you do it and what's expected when you complete the job. So you define what it is and what you expect the employees to do. How many signs should be able to put up in an hour? How long does it take to clean out a sewer line? So those things have been identified, and how much does it cost? Now that was identified by going through a benchmarking process and working with employees. Employee teams came together with us, and we came up with what we thought was a good standard, and then we compared against others. Now when we first started, if you look at this graphic, and there's a lot of graphics here, but if you look at this graphic, that 17 is how much of your time you were recording. 17% of the maintenance time was being recorded in some kind of system. They had several systems, but it was about 17%. Since then, you can see the numbers going up. You report about 90%. 90% of all the time is being recorded. So you're capturing pretty much everything. When they're here, we're capturing all the time. And what's interesting is it's not taking any more time to collect the data. So they're collecting the data in the same amount of time they did before, but you're collecting all of it. So now we know pretty much what the employees are doing. Also, it used to take they would have about a 3 to 4 month backlog. Now within 2 weeks, that's the longest time, they know what they've been doing. So they can look in almost not real time, but pretty close, and see how much should it cost to patch the pothole? How much should it cost to clean out the sewer line? Should we do it ourselves, or should we have somebody else do it? And now they have that information. Now, if you just kind of look at the work in general, there's 2 pie charts there. One on the left is the number of work orders. And if you break up the work orders, and you can see the percentages, you can kind of see that the biggest one was sewer service. The one on the right is the number of hours. So we gave you both because I want to make sure that but pretty much the biggest activity is sewer line, cleaning sewer lines. And not a sexy thing, but it's something that's very important. And as you know, because of some other issues that have occurred, it is very important. So that's where they're spending most of their time, and by going through that, they've done some things. And one of the things you start out with, these SSOs, or the sanitary sewer overflows, and I'm sure all of you know there's a consent decree that's dealing with this. And you were getting about 67, 65, 68. This red line is when this new system started kicking in. So you can see it went from 67 to 27. That's the drop you've already had. Now, if you look at where you were as far as standing against others in the area, it really you weren't very high on the list, to be honest with you, but you've improved. So you can see again, so your SSOs have gone down, and your standing of what you are compared to other cities has gone up. So it's been a very positive thing. So some of these things actually, and the consent decree required you to go to 46 SSOs or under. So you've already met the first goal. You beat that goal dramatically. So there's been some positive things in dealing with your number one activity. You've reduced SSOs, you've increased your rank, and also you've met the consent decree compliance criteria. Well, let's talk about productivity. Our company focuses in productivity. We've set up systems for many of the largest counties in this state, in Santa Clara County, Contra Costa County, Orange County, the Port of Los Angeles, as well as a lot of cities. And we focus on improvement. How do you do things better? We picked 10 of the activities that the employees have been doing, and we started looking at how much should they be doing. So we came up with criteria, and then we measured what they did. So the first 6 months of the new system, we recorded that they improved by 4.3%. But that was on top of what we improved before. We didn't measure that, but we could see the improvement. And then in the next 3 months, or 4 months, they improved 4.4% over the first 4.3%, which means that in the 9 months, they improved by 9% of doing more work. Now, when we first started out and Al was talking, he indicated that they're cleaning a lot more sewer lines. Well, they didn't get more people. They're cleaning more sewer lines because they're getting more work done. So a lot of this efficiency they're getting, they're applying it to do other things. Now, if you just kind of look, and again, being an engineer, I show a lot of graphs, and I'll try to go through and not go through all these numbers, but you got blue and red. And each one of these is the major activities. This was the first 6 months. It's the next 4 months. This is your productivity, how much you do in an hour. Every one of these went up. And these are your major activities. You're doing more. You're doing more in your storm pipe cleaning, lateral cleaning. You're doing more. So you're doing more in all of it. Now, can you do better, even still? Absolutely. I believe there's all we've done is help set up a system that the employees are using, and it's a continuous improvement thing. So they should, and Al's going to talk about it at the very end, we're setting up a procedure and a process, and they work with us for them to keep improving. But all of the measurements, all the measures we had, they all improved. Well, let's talk about dollars and cents, because that's what things are normally about. If you take the same activities and look at how much unit cost, and we looked at, I didn't color code these, but the blue, this is the before and after. In all cases, they went down. In every case of the ones that we had where they had a measurement unit, they went down in that same time period. Now, the sewer line cleaning, we actually did a comparison with contractors versus your sewer line cleaning, just to check, because that's your major activity. Your major activity is cleaning sewer lines, so we did a check. And the unit cost that you're doing it for is a very competitive one. In fact, it's actually lower than some of the other rates that contractors do it for. There wasn't a bid, so we can't say it's lower, but they're very competitive. So the bottom line is that the employees embrace this. You guys selected us. We're so pleased that you selected us. You didn't have to select us. We came in to help you improve before you had to improve. The employees embraced this thing. They actually took action. They actually looked at their work methods. They actually took action and started getting more work done. That means they had to get out of the yard quicker. That means they had to measure what they did. And then every month they look and see what they did and see, did they meet the goal? And if they didn't, they have to explain it. So I think that Paul and his people have really done a good job. The supervisors have done a good job on it. Can they do better? Yes. I still think there's opportunities for improvement, but they got the tools in place to do it now. They're there. They know how to use it. And we've really really appreciate the opportunity to work with them and with you. We thank you for the opportunity to come back and tell you what's been happening. So I'm going to stay. I'm finishing up with what I have to say, but thank you again for the opportunity. And again, I think the guys, we didn't repair anything. They did. And so we really did see that they stepped up, because a lot of it was just learning how to manage better, applying management principles to basic maintenance, and then using the technology. But right now, they track everything they do. You know the unit cost of every activity they do, and you know the productivity of everything they do. And I would dare say there's probably not any other group around in the neighborhood that can say that. It's a good business practice, and they've accepted it, and they've embraced it. And it gives you a tool that you can make better decisions with. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Mr. Savay?
Thank you, Harry. And in terms of summarizing, we've implemented an infrastructure-wide system. Specific functions for sewer, storm drains, and traffics and fleet have been implemented, and they're being used on a daily basis. We used to put everything into a database, a lot of it by hand. It took about 3 to 4 months to do it. Now we're down to about 1 to 2 weeks. In terms of enhancing our processes, we now use an automated system for scheduling, condition assessment, and work reporting. In the past, we had lots of different forms, and it took us a lot of time to put things together. We've developed standard operating procedures for projecting our resources and budget needs. When you repair a sign, who does it, what resources are needed to do it, and how much does it cost to do it. We had county requirements on several forms. Now it's in one place, and we ate up a lot of time. It ate up a lot of time doing that in the past. In terms of future enhancements and opportunities, just to wrap up, I think we need to make a continuous effort in all sections for reporting and documenting work on the day-to-day operations and public works maintenance, and that will improve our long-term accountability. The productivity tools that we've seen here tonight and that have been developed will need to be continually integrated into our day-to-day operations internally and out in the field. Best management processes such as scheduling and standard comparisons will need to be monitored as well. In terms of continuous improvement, employee involvement, I think benchmarking and utilization of this computer system data will be critical to maintain our continuous improvement. And from what I've observed, maintenance and management staff have really bought into and made very good use of this system. And what I've noticed is a real competitive spirit on behalf of the workers out in the field. Now they're able to see what they do, and they're actually competitive with themselves. And so with that spirit, I think that, again, embracing the system, we're being more effective in lowering our costs. And I'd like to thank Public Works Superintendent Paul Baker and the maintenance staff and the crews for working on the system and making significant and measurable improvements to the way we deliver our maintenance services to the citizens and businesses of San Carlos. And to keep the new system active and alive, I think it's also important that we provide annual work plan productivity reports to the city manager and to you at the highest levels, and we'll be coming back to you hopefully periodically to report our progress. And that concludes the staff presentation. We're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Surveyor. Are there any questions? Mr. Rocott?
I don't really have any questions, but if I may comment, I do think if there was ever a time, it would have been actually kind of interesting to have some of our employees here as part of the staff report. This would have been it. To Harry, I'd like to say that you are so animated about your work, and I can tell you enjoy it. It's kind of strange work, but you seem to enjoy it, and I can imagine the guys interacting with you. You would bring them up a level. And if it's all right to comment this way, Mr. Mayor,
that's fine.
We talked earlier at one time about giving kudos to our employees, and I think that they're not here tonight, but if there was ever a time to bring in some employees and give them a little recognition for, as Harry said, grasping a hold of the system, and as Mr. Survey said, having a little good-natured competitiveness with it and so forth, I think now's the time.
I see we should maybe change our city motto, the San Carlos, the city of good living. Our major activity is sewer cleaning. It's just an idea. Maybe we throw that in the strategic.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Survey, and make sure to thank the Public Works staff from us. Okay, moving on to report 7B, report to council, potential sites for utilizing electronic message boards. And this is Mr. Long. You're going to be here all night with us, aren't you, Doug? Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Doug Long, Parks and Recreation Director. This item came as part of the 6-month strategic plan in an effort to localize messages where people can, have one location that they can receive messages of community-wide interest, both from the city and from community-based organizations. So I'll just add a PowerPoint that I'll go through real quick and be glad to entertain any of your thoughts and directions about the subject. Just an overview, when I was looking at this, it's quite an interesting subject matter. There's a number of vendors out there, and I got a considerable amount of information, some of it radically different from the person that I spoke to before, but this is what I gleaned from it. Generally speaking, the size of these message boards can be relatively small to the jumbotrons that we see at some of the sports centers, but for what we're looking at a price range between $15,000 and $45,000, and again, the size varies greatly. These signboards, as you probably know, are LEDs, light-emitting diodes, so as I'll show later in the slides, they're very efficient. You have a choice of full color, tricolor, or monochrome. Monochrome, they can do different shades, so you can still get some of the graphics. However, the full colors, as an example there, does quite an elaborate design. Two-sided is twice as much as the single-sided, stands to reason. And full color is about 50% more than single color, whereas tricolor is only 5% more. Operational costs are relatively nominal. It's about $850 a year, and it's kind of based on, that's the assumption you can see there, 16 hours a day used, 365 days a year at 14 cents a kilowatt. Little maintenance required for the first 5 to 8 years, which is basically just cleaning the unit itself, and then some further light maintenance is required from year 8 to year 12. LED lights typically last 100 to 150,000 hours, so it's basically 17 years. Once they go out, you pretty much are replacing that portion of the board, and you can see that the cost there is right around, it'll be for a typical 3x7 sign that I used for the purposes of this presentation. It would be about 5,000, 5,300 LED lights at a dollar a piece. So, 17 years later, you would replace that at a cost of about $5,500. Of course, the dollar a light would probably have gone up, and there's no inflation in there. So you just get an idea what the cost would to replace the lights. Most commonly used electronic message board, monochrome. Most people are using those, although color is getting to be more and more fashionable. I think the prices are coming down. Two-sided. There's two choices of LEDs. Red is available also in the single color. 3x5, I asked for the garden variety size for, just typically what cities use. They do vary quite a bit, but they recommended 3x7 as a starting point. Up to 4 lines of text. You can see that the letters, this is all figured and determined by the speed that you're going, the distance you want to see the sign. There's all kinds of calculations they do with these particular signs. They did make a recommendation that you add time of day and temperature because it draws people's attention to the sign, and they're more likely to read the message. Here's some samples of the signs. You've seen them, I'm sure, all over the place. But you can see there's an infinite variety of what we're looking for. This is typically, if you look at that, it's probably along the line of your 3x7 sign there. You can make them very ornate or very simple. It just depends on where the location is going to be and, of course, the price tag. When we started considering some of the locations for these, we really considered that, of course, they have to be located on city property. The traffic volume, proximity to residential housing, whether it's a lighted intersection so people can stop and actually read a message. The proximity to city buildings, that's because it's run by Wi-Fi, and if you're right next to a building, you can just type right at your desk. If it's located further off, if it's much further, you actually have to go plug in a laptop, and you can change the message board that way. So. Aesthetics and, of course, line of sight. It doesn't do you any good if you have a tree in the way and you're 50 yards away. So we considered some of these locations, and you'll have to excuse the crude method in which way we did this. So we're not smart enough to figure out Photoshop, so we went ahead and did the old-fashioned cut and paste here. But you get the idea. This is Alameda in Britain, and you're familiar with that site. A lot of traffic there. Of course, on that dip there, you're so far down. I don't know if you can see the sign or not, but I've waited there many times. But that's a potential location. Again, this is also a very popular intersection, and that's actually on the back of the scorer's booth there. So it would accommodate that. We're looking in front of the Adult Community Center, which it would probably be placed a little bit more towards the corner there, but you get the idea that that's another location. That is a lighted intersection, so people would be stopping. And, of course, it's San Carlos Avenue. It receives a lot of traffic. That's City Hall Park, another lighted intersection, and, again, the same volume as traffic as the ACC. And, of course, this would be much smaller, but this is in lieu of the kiosk going away, we could put a message board, an electronic message board in Laurel Street Park. Potential uses, community-based organizations announcing local activities and events. We see those already. We see the A-frame signs, and the city announcing emergency alerts, city meetings, and special events. Those are kind of the primary uses for the electronic message board signs. There can be a lot of other uses, and we can discuss that, but these would be the primary uses. Anyway, that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Mr. Lam, before we get questions, I'm sure you've been CC'd on some of the emails we received today from some of our traffic and circulation commissioners had issues with this item. I guess you weren't.
I did not.
I don't know if the rest of the council received them, but I received two emails, one from Margaret Pye and one from, I think it's Tony Panero. Is that the right name? Yeah. Both of them had concerns with where we were, these potential sites based on it'll be a further distraction to drivers. Has that been taken into consideration?
Yes, I did talk to the Police Captain Rothis about that and asked him if any of these particular sites presented what would him in a cursory review be a traffic problem, and he said none of them really at this point. Of course, we would study this in greater detail should we decide to put a sign at any of these particular locations.
Okay, and then we'll go to questions from the council. I just want to make sure that those concerns were held. Mr. Grocott, or Mr. Lewis, Mr. Grocott, whoever wants to go first.
It being sort of a design person, are there font choices within some of these signs? I believe these would be really valuable for the community, so just to put that up front. But I also believe that some of the choices, and we can see pictures of them, can be rather garish as far as just the way that they appear and look and the impact they can have. So one of my questions generally relate to what level of control do we have of what the font looks like. I understand the two-color, whatever colors. To me, multicolor starts to get into looking a little clowny. So it just, I just have it's just almost like aesthetically, I want it to be informative, but not, overstepping its bounds visually in town. So do you know if there's font choices within?
I didn't ask that question specifically, but from what I gather, your choices are generally infinite. It depends on what you're getting in terms of the location of the LED lights. The tighter the pattern, the more you can do with fonts and creativity. The looser the pattern, the more kind of parochial design that you get that we've seen there. So I think the answer to your question is that I think there probably is a possibility to make them a little bit jazzier.
And then or less jazzy, as the case may be.
Or less jazzy.
And then is that priced into this, like a finer LED pattern versus a broader one? Do you know if it's in this range, this cost range?
Yes, it would include that range.
And then is the pricing range based on quantity? Because we're suggesting 5. So is it, if we decided we wanted to start with 2 or 3 as opposed to 5, does that change the price?
I could say with confidence after speaking to the salespeople that it would, although this pricing was based on purchasing one for the basis of this presentation. But if we were going to buy multiple signs, I'm certain that they would discount the...
So it could come down.
That's correct.
That's great. And then the part of it is the framing material, right? How elegantly the sign itself is presented, as some of these examples show as well.
That is correct.
Is any of that based on the pricing?
Now, you can consider that if you were going to go with a full color, you would probably max yourself out at around that 40,000 range. If you went to monochrome, you would probably be in the neighborhood of 18,000, of which you can make it as ornate as you would like and be within the 15 to 45,000.
Or just have a little more budget to sort of
That's correct.
design the framing for it as well.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Those are the only questions I have.
Okay, Mr. Grisilli.
Do we have any amounts in our current budget for this?
No, we do not.
So we're just basically exploring the situation, and then it might come back in our next fiscal year, or you would come back for a mid-year adjustment, or?
It's whatever the pleasure of the council is.
Okay. Would you anticipate then at least certain places that you couldn't, probably all over the place, but eliminate a lot of A-frames?
You know, that's a question I've been asked during the course of investigating this. Well, and I'll have to defer to our city attorney. The reason that it gets a little bit dicey is because when you are allowing a broader population to use a city sign, free speech kicks in. So they can pretty much say what they need to say. Some of it may not be appropriate or reflect the city's interests. So we've got to be careful in how we make that sign available for use by the public. That being said, the A-frames, they promote all kinds of things from all kinds of different folks in town. So I would suspect it would depend on how broad or how narrow we would like to make the user agreement in terms of access to our message board.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rice?
Yeah, along with Mr. Lewis commented on what these look like, I wouldn't want one in front of my house, kind of plastic and steel and lit up with orange and purple, but I do think we could work with our branding group and look with a little bit of tile, which we may have some extra tiles from the community center.
That's right.
With wrought iron, with those types of materials that match San Carlos. I think it would be make it an attractive spot. And also jumping ahead, I think because it's such a change, even though there's some pricing in getting 5, I'd like to start off with doing one really nice and learning from that, getting the public reaction before we expand it. Also, I think it's really important, and some of the emails that Mr. Klein talked about, locations I think are really important if there's traffic, both automobile and foot traffic. We need to think about safety, and we have to think about, I think this is what we missed, is getting their attention. So as you talked about Britain, as you get up to Alameda de los Pogas, it's a great place because you got the traffic, you got volume, but you're always stopping somebody from 10 seconds to 30 seconds each way. And when you're stopped there, you're able to look at a sign versus driving by City Hall at 35 miles per hour, you're not going to see it. Another location would be, that's not here, is the Britain turnoff of 101 by REI. We have a red light that we're actually taking out this month, but that red light stopped working because everybody coming off the freeway, you'll have 30 cars lined up there, but they got 20 seconds to look and say, oh, there's a red light there. Well, now they got 20 seconds to look at an electronic signal. There's a huge volume of cars that are coming into town. So again, that attention, keeping it safe and having someone's attention versus just driving by, I think will really be a key. And my last point is, I think besides the message board, I think there are locations that like an iPod would work. I mean, because they're so clear and they're going to get larger and so forth. But again, talking about getting someone's attention, if we could get approval to put one on the post office, when there's always people waiting at the post office and they're able to see signs. Like when you go into your bank now, they're advertising. At the kiosks in our downtown park, at the library itself. So there may be a little different spin where, yeah, we have the messaging board, but we also have the iPod, which is tied on through our wireless system, gets updated automatically and so forth, I think could add to the same benefit this has, which is basically letting people know in San Carlos that there's a tri-tip this last weekend. So those are my messages.
Okay, Mr. Grocott?
My only comments are, I want to agree with much of what Mr. Royce said, and I would just sum it up that similar to what the folks from Traffic and Transportation were saying is, I do think we have to be careful of visual noise and distracting drivers. I know the sign on 101 for a while, especially when it was really bright, we got complaints about that, even though I don't think that's our sign, but we did get complaints about that. And I would imagine adding to that, Margaret Pye, knowing that she's a cyclist, she's always concerned about us distracting drivers because then they don't see a bike or, as Mr. Royce was talking about, a pedestrian. So I do think we have to be very careful about that. One of the things another location I would add in, and this is similar to what Mr. Royce was talking about, is the train depot, because we get a lot of folks that go through there. And then I noticed I didn't think there were any signs locations that were being considered for the east side, and I think we should consider that. There's probably a number of places over there we could consider. And I would also like to echo what Mr. Royce said about let's do one or maybe two for consideration and see how they go and how they're accepted by the public and what kind of value seems to be there.
Okay, so you got all that, Mr. Long?
I do.
Do you need anything else from us?
Well,
No.
we're going to discuss still.
It's just a report we can discuss, but I'm sure Mr. Long's going to bring us back a whole variety of options, correct?
That's correct, if that's the council's wish, and
We can discuss it now, or we can wait.
Okay, I was just doing questions. I thought we'd continue to discuss that.
Yeah, if you have some more to bring up, that's
Yeah,
fine.
so there may no more questions. I just may not be on council when it comes back. And and I think as part of the strategic retreat that actually encouraged this to happen. And I just want, I think council, I think, there's probably some moderation stepping forward into it. But also I would suggest that anything that we do would probably be a substantial improvement over where we are at this point in time. And I think that as much as we do a great job at providing the ability to access information as a government entity, the place I think we need constant improvement and could do much better is in actually connecting to the community, really outreach. And it's so difficult to do that. And I think this is a great opportunity. I'm sure you guys have experienced, it feels like a lot of things that go on in the city that we're aware of being on council, they kind of just go on in the dark a little bit from the standpoint the public has a hard time getting that information to them. It's not that they can't come on the website and maybe surf through a few things and find it, but not being aware that things are actually happening at times. And so I think this is a great example for that. And when we get into the policy of who can utilize it, we have so many subcommittees and committees that work together with the city that surround different activities, whether or not they're sporting groups or the biking and pedestrian and hiking groups and so forth. I really think there's a mountain of activity that this can actually help provide, continuing to bring the community together in ways that are really difficult to pull off at this point in time. Previous points well taken, but I would say that Laurel Street Downtown Park up by Britton and Alameda, and perhaps, I don't know if we have our own property near the Britton Avenue and industrial area coming off the freeway there, but there's pretty good volume there, and there's a light as well. So my just 2 cents would be careful with the design, but let's get it done. I think it'd be a vast improvement.
Anyone else? Okay, well, I'm just going to echo Mr. Lewis's thoughts. I think, yeah, we can get muddled down if we're going to nitpick on design and where and whatnot, but if we do 1, 2, or maybe 3 to get going, I think getting them up there, I think there's going to be a lot of buy-in from the community. And with Mr. Grisilia's question about A-frames, I don't know if it's going to keep the A-frames from showing up, but I think some groups will utilize this over buying A-frames. A-frames are incredibly expensive, as I know on the Rotary Club we have those pancake ones and the ones we use for the fun run, and they cost a phenomenal amount of money to make. So we'd much rather use a free service that possibly the city might provide for us, or at a small nominal fee. So I think there's a lot of potential here. So looking forward to it, Mr. Long. Moving on to item 7C, which is it's the library, but it doesn't have a title on it. There we go. Annual report by library manager on San Carlos Library Services.
I promised Christine my report would be less than 3 minutes, so you can time. Good evening, Mayor Klein and City Council members. It is my privilege to present the 2010-2011 Annual Report for the San Mateo County Library and San Carlos Branch. Library services are a meaningful, enriching staple of community life. The San Carlos Library maintains a strong position as a community resource and a destination for citizens of San Carlos and beyond. Library use continues to flourish, demonstrated by growing numbers of borrowers and visitors. The San Carlos Library hosted over 329,000 visitors who came in to borrow books and materials in other formats, obtain vital information, attend educational and entertaining programs, learn a new skill, meet friends, or just to relax in a comforting environment. The library circulated 580,000 items, and over 20,000 adults, children, and teens attended library programs. In your library report folders, you'll find a list of our community partners which serve as resources for the programs presented in San Carlos. Our agency partners help us reach our community service goals, as do our many individual volunteers. This year, we used local residents to present ongoing programs teaching skills such as Tai Chi, meditation, quilting, arts and crafts, English conversation skills, computer knowledge, and homework tutoring. Two of our valued volunteers are highlighted in the printed annual report you've received. On page 11, you'll find Marvin Solomon, who for the past 3 years has been conducting one of our 8 weekly story times. Marvin also takes his stories and songs on the road as an outreach service to local daycare providers. Alice Bishop's story can be found on the same page. Alice lives at the San Carlos Elms, and she's been instrumental as a volunteer recruiter, bringing in fellow residents to work with her in the library. Alice has volunteered for over 15 years and is our #1 library cheerleader. I would like to thank the Friends of the San Carlos Library and their own corps of tireless volunteers. This year, they've contributed over $33,000 to augment library services, including a $10,000 grant to Healthy Cities for tutoring students. They've also made a significant monetary commitment towards our goal of improving the library's interior, a project you'll be learning more about shortly. In closing, I'd like to thank all San Carlos Library patrons and city staff for your continuing support of the library. You are very much appreciated. I welcome any questions or comments.
Oh, thank you. I think that was quicker than 3 minutes. Are there any questions from the council? Any comments? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8A, study session, San Carlos Library Interior Renovation Project.
Just one moment, Mr. Mayor.
I'd call you by your new title, but I can't remember it, so
I can't either.
city clerk will give us this one.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Christine Boland, City Clerk. Tonight we're holding a study session on the library interior renovation project. As you know, the city owns the building which houses the library, and the County of San Mateo staffs it for us. We are one member of the 11 city library joint powers agreement for library services. The library's had 12 years of hard use, and we feel it's time for a little renovation and facelift. Tonight, I'd like to start by introducing the core team involved in this project. These aren't just pretty faces out here. This is our team members. From right to left, we have Anne Marie Despain, the County Library Director. Chet, you just met over here. JC, wave and smile, people. Okay. JC Escalante is the Library Circulation Supervisor. Amanda Shuckle is the Library Services Manager. Rachel McDonald is a management analyst at the library. She's got a friend with her tonight. Brad Cox and Retta McCain are, where's Brad? There's Brad. Are architects with Anderson Brule. And did I miss anyone? Is that everybody? Oh, Friends of the Library are represented by Janice Redmond in the back, and Karen Clapper is also a friend of the library and a star of Channel 27 Planning Commission night. So this evening, we're going to ask Brad to kick it off and take us through a PowerPoint of the project overview, including design and costs, and of course, we're also available to answer questions. Okay, Brad?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And getting to know your community.
This is the Library Makeover 2.0. I'm going to go through a brief project overview, talk about the process of getting information from staff and from your community on what needed to be done, design and cost overview. We'll talk about next steps and just a conclusion for questions and answers. Chet and Christine talked about why improve the library and the intensive use. It was opened in 1999. It was actually designed in the early 90s, however. So a lot of time has passed since its conception. The one stat that's not up there is the number of items that are being circulated weekly. When you opened the library, you were circulating 8,000 items weekly. You're now circulating over 11,000 items, and that's a huge jump in the amount of time it's been open. And right now, libraries, due to the economy and other things, are so important to communities, and so many people are flocking to the libraries for a variety of reasons. So in terms of project process, I do have a pointer. We're just wrapping up this very first part of the process with this council study session. We're going to be moving to more complete designs after this evening, pending moving forward, and then look to bidding and construction following that. Whoa. The community input, we did have 2 community-wide meetings. They were attended by about 60 people in total, and those were meetings where we talked with your community members and with staff. We also had 2 surveys. One was an electronic and hand-filled out survey that was provided. Another had some plans up in just kind of a walkabout, and people made comments right on them. So we had 45 respondents from that, and then here we are at this evening's council study session. I wanted to go over the basic goals of why do this renovation. Well, one is because of the intensive use that it has enjoyed over the number of years. But the county is delivering your library services for you, and you're entitled to those services. Well, they're going through a new service model where they're implementing that in all of their 11 cities at 12 different locations. We wanted to address facility maintenance issues. We wanted smooth and well-facilitated public process, that it was inclusive. And then creating a collaborative design process for all participants. And listed there are some of the priorities that came out. That was focusing on those service points where public and staff are interacting directly. Focusing on children's area. The marketplace, which is a concept where all of the highest circulating items are right up front, easy to get to, easy to see, easy to browse. And then focusing a special attention on the teen area, computing and technology, and then of course lighting and signage improvements. Some of the possibilities that could come around, these are photographs of other Bay Area libraries and showing how the spaces themselves are providing a different variety of places where different groups can choose different settings to use their libraries. Okay, then for the design, I think this is where this will be helpful. I'm not sure nope. Okay, I'm going to assume that you're all relatively familiar with the layout of the library, but we come into the rotunda, and currently this is the existing layout, and what I've done is just put some colored shading indicating the broad, large areas of the library. That marketplace right now is a smaller area in the library. It looks like we've got some image shifting on the plan. The children's area is off to the right. Staff is off to the left. There's some service points focused on the left here. And then the adult collections and programs are off to the right. Now, in terms of a proposed new layout, I want to emphasize this is an interior remodel. We started, part of this process was to help establish the budget, and we started with some schemes, and they winnowed down after we got some input from staff and the community. So what we're doing is you can see a pretty dramatic expansion of the marketplace, which that is where the CD browsers might be, the popular materials that circulate quite a bit. almost a Barnes & Noble or bookstore atmosphere right up front. Service point, a key element is that we've moved the service point so that more interior, the blue square right there that says service point with the stars flanking it, that is where the library staff will be. They're moved inward to the library so that they are physically engaging more with the customers. They're immediately adjacent and can see into the children's area and can service the children's area from that, and can also service the rest of the library. We have self-checks, which your customers are using and getting even more used to using these machines to actually check their items out, so that a librarian can be helping other customers with other more intensive tasks. We've got a teen room that isn't fully enclosed. We have a wall of glass and some nice furnishings in there. But not only will that be a teen room, it'll also be a room that can be used for other purposes at other times of the day when teens aren't there. It can be a flexible programming room for, say, a book club, one of the 8 book clubs that you have here, which is quite a high number. And then we're making some improvements to the staff area so that their automated sorting equipment can work more efficiently. And then that's just the plan without the color. I'm hoping you have that in a packet in case you wanted to see the furnishings and whatnot that was behind those colors. Now, a lot of times when we do projects for libraries to improve their service model, a lot of times you'll see a reflection in decreased items, decreased seating, and decreased technology, because this new way of servicing actually takes more room. We were able to, by using the perimeter walls more effectively than they currently are, we actually didn't lose any seats, any books or items, or any technology, which was a really unexpected outcome, but a successful outcome. Before we go into costs, I wanted to preempt that by, we're only at a conceptual design stage, so I have cost models versus cost estimates. The next body of work will be doing actual cost estimates on the work. Right now we've got a cost model, which is, it's more of a very educated guess based on cost per square foot and the basic types of work that we're doing. So it's a good approximation. We've got contingencies and escalation to when the build out would happen. I just don't want there to be a perception that there's very defined cost estimating happening on quantities yet, because we're not quite there. In terms of the total project cost model then, the construction costs were sitting at about $1.07 million for the work that I described. And then building that up, including a nice design contingency just because there's time before it's going to be done, and a little bit of escalation. We're currently working toward a budget of $1.3 million, and yet we're sitting at 1.5 to 1.95. The good thing about that, there's a couple of good things about that. One is we have several cost-saving ideas that don't sacrifice quite a lot of the programming items that we've improved. 2, the bidding climate is still quite strong, and we have included, so these could be expressed even as ad alternates later, and they can come out at bidding time if we don't quite make it. So this next step of the design will be in refining the design and getting it to be on budget, and that's all part of the normal process that we would typically work with. Then in terms of project funding sources, I had mentioned that our project budget is $1.3 million, and the funding sources that we have gathered, the City of San Carlos, $400,000. Friends of the Library have ponied up to a very generous commitment or goal, I'll say, of $275,000. Then there's the Hofer donation and the San Mateo County Library coming up to the total of $1.3 million that are actually assumed to be funding sources. So with that, I will pause for any questions at this time.
Before we get into council questions, we do have a couple public comment slips that we're going to get to go first. We have Karen Clapper, and then Kathleen Gallagher, and then if anyone else wants to comment, feel free to do so after.
Good evening, I'm Karen Clapper. I was part of the task force team working on this project, designated by the Board of the Friends to participate. And we're really pleased with where the design has come to, and we're looking forward to see additional enhancements. And And the $275,000, $75,000 of that from the Friends has already been given to the county library. The other $200,000 is fully committed, sitting in the bank. And we're hoping to raise additional money in the next year. They'll get more into the time frame, but that's one of the things we would like to do in collaboration with the city, is to go out to the community and say, here's what we're looking at doing to make our library meet the needs of our community better in the future. And some of the things that are on the list that we may have to give up if we don't raise the money are things that I think we can get people to go, yeah, I'd like to see that happen in our library, and I'm willing to give my money and get somebody else to give some money too. So I think there's some ways that the Friends can help to raise some additional money. So I hope that this session and the future session, when you continue to discuss this, it will be a go on this project, and you'll all be really excited about it the way we are.
Thank you. Kathleen?
Good evening again. As a member of San Carlos Green, we're reminding staff and the very successful team of the library renovation project that the Climate Action Plan and the general plan state that city facility renovations will include energy efficiency, water conservation, green building components such as recycled content. There was some great information regarding technologies, so examples would be Energy Star computers, recycled content, materials that are being purchased. So we want to ensure that this is integrated early. The more research states that when green concepts are integrated early into the project, the more cost effective it is. So we want to remind you that that is what we're hoping this project includes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, so now we'll go to council questions, so feel free to come back up. Who wants to start? Mr. Roquette?
I just had one question because I didn't notice it in the goals listed. Is the issue of handicap access, or not just thinking of handicap in terms of like somebody in a wheelchair, but in any kind of physical disability or so forth, if anything's being done? I know sometimes, you know, as a designer myself, there's the minimum standards, and then you end up with something that's a little clunky for people to use who are actually in that situation. So I'm curious if anything's been done to raise the level and improve the library in that regard.
Certainly. It may not have been stated as an explicit goal, but our work as professionals, we will always work to improve broad accessibility. And really one of the fundamental things about a library in general is about accessibility to information, and we can help do that in physical ways as well. And so we'll be opening up accessibility where there's issues now, having clearances further apart. Like I know now there's some display gondolas that are relatively close together. They meet the letter of the law, but not quite the spirit of the law, so we'll be spreading some of those out, and that's what I was talking about, some of the items that are going on the perimeter walls where currently there aren't a lot of items. That helps us move things away from each other. So.
Very good. And then the last question I had was, I noticed in the overview, it talked about, you know, the many uses of a library, and I was wondering if any consideration had been given for, you know, what I would call a quiet area of the library. I know myself, when I've been there and tried to use the lounge chairs and so forth, occasionally, you know, there's, you know, it's great to have kids around, but sometimes in the afternoon, if you're trying to use the library and there's teens and so forth, you get distractions. And I don't want to pick on teens. It's not just teens, but, you know, you can go there, you're expecting a quiet time, and it doesn't happen because of whatever kind of distraction, somebody on a cell phone or whatever. So I'm wondering if in this, anything's been looked at in that regard.
There are, and I'm glad you asked because I kind of breezed over it. What I've got here is a plan. There's also some program rooms upstairs that I didn't mention, and that's that plan in the lower right. What I've done here is identify various different ways that groups or individuals could meet, and some of them are in enclosed rooms, and those might have quieter activities that could go on. Some of them, like in the upper left where you see the 12 and the 8, those are meeting rooms that could accommodate 12 and 8 people. Down in the lower right, we've got the broadly expanded children's area. So right now, you know, there's a room that's immediately adjacent to the children's. We're actually expanding the children's area into that and having a much more active and playful storytelling. And that whole area can be, one program area. The teen right above it is, I would say, partially open and partially closed. And then upstairs, there's fully enclosed, along with the fully enclosed in the upper left. So there's going to be a number of places where different volume of activities could occur, and some of those activities can be quiet. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Royce?
A couple thoughts, but before I get to my thoughts, I'd just like to recognize and thank the Friends. It's been here at our library for 12 years. The Friends have been working 14 or 15 years probably. But there's some incredible people who volunteer hundreds of hours. They have sales every month. They got a guy that goes downstairs that just sorts books every day, I think. It's just incredible dedication. And here you are, not only contributing to this, you've been contributing every year for so many things. And especially thanks Gwen Hoffer. We were incorporated in 1925, and if I was to pick the top 20 citizens of San Carlos, she would be on the list. She was an artist, very much involved in our fine arts and art and wine, and here she is and her family giving back, continuing to our city. So anyway, to start off with that. First one, and I don't want to expand the project, but the timing may be right. I spoke about 6 months ago when we talked about the security in City Hall, and the question was, do we want cameras? What kind of security do we want on the doors? What do the employees want? And I also added, well, the library is another facility that we have, and I actually got a call about a year and a half ago from a friend of mine as one of the other fire departments, and he said, hey, Royce, I've been in your building, but I noticed this morning at 7:30 that there was some guy taking a shower in the upstairs restroom at the library. And by the way, we don't have a shower there. So, but we do have, restrooms that get really messed up with people that use them beyond what they're meant to be. And we have a unique situation where we have could secure the library, but then we have the meeting rooms, and then we have the vendors or our tenants that take up space and so forth. So I think we just need to answer that question. If we are going to do something on security, we'd love also to hear a recommendation from our county experts and from you. It would be a good time to make them consistent. And the consistency might mean no change, nothing. But if we do something, it would be nice to do the same sort of thing there.
Okay.
So that would be my first, and maybe Jeff, if I could pass that on to city manager to work together. I think the timing's about the same. That would be good. The second of three items is I want to get a can that we kicked down the street about 6-7 years ago. I'm not as familiar because I wasn't on council, but there was one citizen that brought up the topic of a book drop. And there was, I think, a lot of, I think the can got kicked pretty hard. But I do just want to bring that up again. I talked to some Friends people, and a couple issues and complaints with that is, of course, you don't get the customer in the library for those marketing services or selling other products. They just kind of sit there, they drop something in the can. And the other complaint was the concern on our employees, workman's comp, picking up books, going out in the rain and things like that. There may be others. But I do want to bring it up at a time, if we are remodeling, there may be advanced ways of having a conveyor belt where things go in, it continually moves, it brings the books right to the workroom itself. It probably costs a lot of money, not worth it. But again, maybe, Mr., were you here when?
There's actually one here, and I didn't mention it, but there is an automated sorting system, and we're going to be making some modifications to it so that it works better.
Okay.
But it actually, the customers and the community will drop their materials, and they go right on in positioned, and they go automatically into a sorted.
I understand that. With
Okay.
the radio frequency identification, they put it in and all that. What this request is to having it out in the parking lot where you drive and you just roll down your window.
I see.
Sort of thing. But I don't know, maybe when it comes to Mr. Grocott, he could speak on that. I don't think, Bob, were you here?
Oh, yeah, I was
Oh,
here.
you guys were?
And
We got
we
three
talked all about
experts
that. We could talk about that for about 3 more hours. We could talk about it 3 more hours.
No, I'm not promoting it. I just want to say, do we kick the can again? Let's
Well, we
kick it
didn't
again.
kick it. It wasn't kick the can.
It was a decision.
It was a decision that we made, and it's fairly unanimous, especially with the library folks' input, because they're the ones who have to deal with it. It wasn't kick can, it was, no, thank you.
Okay, oh, good.
But it was a
Okay.
good, I mean,
I wasn't
I'm not
here.
going to denigrate ideas, but we didn't kick the can down the road. We made, as Mr. Lewis said, we made the decision.
Stepped on the can.
You stepped on it.
Stepped on the can.
Okay, and my last thought, after that terrible second thought, is, hopefully this is good. No, the library, if you look at it, it's a 2-story building. It's a library on the main floor. There's a conference room, a double, it could be double or single. And then all that other space is kind of rented out, and it's temporarily, because eventually the library will be the whole library. We'll be using the entire building. So my interest is, does it make sense to say, we talked about the growth in volume, 15, 20 years ago, we 15 or 20 years from now, we may need all that space. So as we're doing all the remodeling downstairs, is there anything we want to do that makes it easier to expand in 10 years? Because it is our library. That's what it was built to do. So I throw that out as kind of a futuristic, long-term planning, just to make sure we don't miss an opportunity there. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Mr. Grisilli.
I had a couple of just questions more than comments. You had a slide up there that June 2012. I'm not sure if that's when it would start construction. I apologize. I missed that.
I think that was
one of the first
relatively
ones.
early, yeah.
Timeline. It's there somewhere.
One more.
There it is. So, March 2012, so we would be, say, April or May doing bidding, and do you have any kind of an estimate of time frame of how long it would take to do the construction?
I'm going to guess 5 to 6 months. I think that's what we were.
Okay, that again, no one knows.
Months.
All right, it'll be 6. But the other question is will the library be open during that time?
If you want to comment about that. In my 5 to 6 months guess on construction, the plans immediately before these ones were, a second generation, and we did remove a lot of the new construction elements. So Anne Marie is correct, it will take less time than the original.
Yeah, because we're still working on the scope in relation to the budget. I mean, we don't know how many walls we're going to be moving. That's really the issue, but we're hoping that it'll be as short as possible. And then on projects like this, it makes more sense to just close the library rather than having people come, and then it's a faster timeline. So we will be working with the community to develop a plan of service during that time, whatever it may be. Making holds available. We brought the bookmobile down.
Right.
You're very close to the Belmont Library, which is another county
I
library.
would assume it would be, because otherwise it's going to be awfully hard to find Mr. Grocott's quiet room while you're pounding the nails. So
It'll be Read at Home Month.
Read at Home Month, yeah. All right, anyway, okay, thank you. Those are the questions I had.
Hey, Mr. Lewis?
Most of my questions were covered. It's an exciting project. I mean, I don't want to get lost in all that. It's just, it looks like there's some really smart redesign possibilities there that I think really reinvigorate it as a meeting place in the community. I thought, Mr. Grocott, I thought libraries were supposed to be quiet, but maybe we just need quiet monitors. Yeah. But anyway, thanks for the, stay on budget.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Okay, so the only question that I have is, so the city owns the building, and then the county operates the inside. So how much is the city hall staff used during this design process? How much are you leaning on them for when it comes to the actual construction?
We did have some representatives from the city. Guy, I'm not sure what his last name is.
Guy Wallace.
Yes, thank you, sorry. Sorry, Guy. And so we did, they were a regular participant in the core team meetings that we've had. So we are getting input from them.
Okay, so moving forward, that input would continue?
I assume so.
Okay, just to rehash what was brought up during public comment, we do have a set of climate action plan goals, and it is supposed to go for all city facilities. And since the library is a city facility, even though it's not run by us, it would be under that purview. So when our city, and this mainly is to our city staff, you need to keep that at the forefront when you're having these discussions with the remodel of the library. And so when that comes back, I think most of the council will expect to see that in the next one, how we are actually fulfilling these goals. And if we don't see it, then this is your warning.
Right, and we will be putting forth lighting that is more responsible, carpet tiles that have a backing that is recycled material, and so.
Great, sounds good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you all for coming. Have a great evening. All right, now we'll move on to item 9A, consideration of abandonment of a sanitary sewer easement at 285 Old County Road. This is Mr. Savay.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a request to pass a resolution abandoning sewer easement that is no longer necessary due to construction of new project and new commercial project at 285 Industrial Way. I do have a map if you want to go into any more detail with regard to this project.
Are there any questions from the council? Okay, is there any public comment? I don't have any public comment. It's for your slips. Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2011-104, resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, abandonment of a 6-foot wide public utilities easement lying along the southeasterly side of assessor's parcel number 046-053-030, being a portion of 285 Old County Road.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Mayor, you also need to close the public hearing on that item.
I'm sorry. Do we need a motion to close the public hearing? Yeah.
You can.
Make a motion to close the public hearing?
Second. Second. Okay, we'll go with that as the order if there's no one who opposes. Now, Madam Clerk, can you call the motion?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item 9B. This is appeal of the Planning Commission approval of a conditional use permit and architectural review permitting 6 new antennas co-locating on the 2 existing antenna support structures at 260 Shelford Avenue. And before we get to the staff report, we've received a lot of emails from people in this area who have asked for a continuance because not everyone could be here today. We will be bringing that up after the staff report and after public comment. We are going to go through the public hearing process. Another thing that was brought up, and I brought it to attention of City Hall staff, is there was a delivery of a packet. Mr. Opalenik delivered a packet to the City Council that we were supposed to review prior to this. It was delivered on Wednesday, and unfortunately, we did not receive it until this morning. That's really not enough time to review the packet. So when it comes to after the public hearing, after the discussions, or after the questions from council and all that, I will be making a motion for us to continue this till the next City Council meeting to give the public one more last chance to come and also to give the City Council proper time to review the document that was given to us in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, it just got put in the wrong box, and we didn't get it till Monday morning. So we will be discussing that after we go through this, but we are going to go through this as if we were going to be making a decision tonight, and then we will discuss that motion afterwards, just so everyone knows we're all on the same page. So.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. The item before you tonight is an appeal of the decision of the Planning Commission to grant a conditional use permit and an architectural review permit for a co-location cell site at 260 Shelford Avenue. The Planning Commission approved the use permit and the arch review permit request at its June 6th meeting, and that decision was appealed to the City Council. The City Council initially opened the public hearing on this item on July 22nd, and it was thus continued to the hearing this evening. The subject site is located at 260 Shelford Avenue, and that property is owned by Cal Water. It currently contains several other cell sites, and it's also water tanks surrounded by mature vegetation. As you know from your site visit, this site is on a knoll, so it does sit at a higher elevation than some of the other surrounding properties. In addition to the water tank on the property, as I indicated, there are several cell sites, and this is the subject structure that the applicant would like to add additional antenna onto. The applicant proposes to install 6 new panel antennas, and they propose to do that with a 10-foot extension on that existing structure. There's actually 2 structures. They would do the 10-foot extension and then install 3 panel antenna on each of those structures. In general, the height of the extended structure would be 34 feet 3 inches, but as there is a bit of a slope to the site, the maximum height would be 36 feet to the top of the antenna. The proposal also includes a new equipment enclosure, and that would be surrounded by an 8-foot tall solid concrete wall. As you see on the site plan, this is the area of the enclosure that would be surrounded by the wall that would include the equipment. And these are the 2 structures that I mentioned. You saw this one in the photo earlier, and it would have the 3 antenna at this location at each of those structures. As you see on the elevation, the shaded area here would be the 10-foot extension, and then the crossbars with the 3 new panel antenna on each, 6 new antenna in total. The project does require a conditional use permit as well as an architectural review permit, and in order to grant the use permit, the council would need to make specific findings. We have included those findings and the basis for making those findings as an exhibit to your staff report. In general, the staff does find the project to be consistent with the general plan, and conditions have been added to the conditional use permit to ensure compliance with the San Carlos Municipal Code, and specifically that relates to the noise standards going forward. The appellant in their appeal cited 4 reasons for the appeal. The first is the appellant claims improper use of CEQA, it's the California Environmental Quality Act. And staff did apply the exemption that we feel is most appropriate for this, and that would be minor alteration of existing or small structures. And when you go through the CEQA analysis, it does reference small structures similar to antennas, associated equipment, small outbuildings, garages, and such. The appellant also cited the visual impact of the surrounding neighborhood. And as I noted earlier, this is a co-location site, and the municipal code does favor citing new antennas on co-location sites to try to minimize the visual impact. The proposal is also less visibly intrusive than an entirely new structure would be. And I wanted to also point out that this zoning district does allow cell sites up to a height of 65 feet, and as I indicated earlier, this would be at a maximum height of 36 feet, so less visibly obtrusive, especially when you consider the mature vegetation that does surround the property. Another point that the applicant brought up was the alternate site analysis they felt was insufficient. The applicant provided alternate sites for 3 different locations that were considered, and we did hire a peer review consultant to take a look at that report and give us their independent analysis. It was concluded that 2 of the 3 sites are infeasible, and that the 3rd site would have required a significant height increase and would be more visibly obtrusive than the proposal that you have in front of you. Finally, the applicant claims that there is an inadequate analysis of the proposal related to safety, setbacks, noise, on-site structures, and grading. The extended structure will be required to comply with the city's zoning regulations as well as comply with the building code. So our building department will definitely be taking a look at how it's constructed to make sure that it meets our current standards. As well as additional conditions have been placed in the use permit to ensure the long-term compliance going forward, as well as some studies that will be required prior to the building permit being finalized, and even a few studies prior to building permit issuance. Our peer review consultant, Dieter Prieser, is here this evening, and he'd be happy to answer any questions you have related to the RF report or the alternate site analysis, and I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions as well.
Okay, thank you. We will start with any questions. Do we need a presentation from AT&T at this point, or?
You're certainly going to want to hear comments from the applicant, yes.
So why don't we do comments from the applicant, we can hear from our peer review, and then we can do questions afterwards, so we can get all the information out there first. And then we'll let the appellant as well comment. So if we could have AT&T first.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Shiama Clooney. Pleasure to be here and to talk to you this evening. I think that I forwarded our presentation, and is it available? Okay, Do I just push this? Oh, okay.
That look familiar?
That looks. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. With modern technology, you think you can just say presto changeo and it'll come up. So I wanted to just paint a little bit of a picture for you tonight of what's going on in wireless in the industry in general. And I mean, the main focus of my presentation is just to get across to you that AT&T proposes sites like this one as a response to escalating demand, and not simply because we want to impose a site in a particular community. It is a way for us to serve your residents and meet the demand that they're clearly demonstrating. So I'd like to characterize what we're doing in San Carlos at this particular site as part of what we call a wireless revolution that is going on in the area and in California, and indeed really across the country. Wireless data traffic on the AT&T network grew more than 8,000% from 2007 through 2010, and it's 1,000, largely due to the increasing popularity of smartphones. From 2007 to 2010, data volume on the AT&T wireless network increased by a staggering 8,000%, but by 2014, we expect mobile downloads to reach the equivalent of 10 downloads per day for every man, woman, and child on the planet. The San Francisco Bay Area is the epicenter of technology and innovation, and it has the highest concentration of smartphone users in the United States. So San Carlos residents are a part of that statistic, and they demand the latest in mobile broadband service and wireless technology. And we want to make sure that the city can live up to the city's ideals and reputation as a cutting-edge city. And what we're poised to do is to make a significant investment in San Carlos at this time to meet the escalating demand. Studies have shown that affordable high-speed broadband will soon become almost as important as other utilities, and the absence of broadband in a community makes it less attractive both from a business and a residential perspective for investment and development, and that's from Realtor.org. And we put that information in there to address people's questions about how this type of a site might impact real estate. Well, we're not real estate experts, but studies have shown that there are people who choose homes based on whether or not they're going to get access to a wireless network in that home. Each site is chosen scientifically by engineers who do detailed studies before we choose to make an investment. And we study things like aesthetics, existing network capacity, and resident user demand. We have a service whereby residents can actually let us know if there are gaps in their neighborhood and they're experiencing dropped calls or slow data retrieval, that kind of thing. In addition to that, our engineers go out and actually do technical studies to substantiate those claims. So that's how we chose this site. So we look forward to collaborating with the city. We see this as a quality of life issue. I want to remind everybody on council that getting access to our network in residential areas is not just about people being able to talk to their friends anymore. More and more residents are telecommuting. More and more people are running businesses out of their homes. And in an emergency, such as an earthquake, access to a wireless network is absolutely imperative. We've looked at data that shows, not our data, but police department data that shows that 50 to 59% of 911 calls every single month are made from wireless phones. So this is really a critical issue, not just for quality of life, but also for resident safety and for people to be able to actually conduct their day-to-day work. I'd like to introduce Melanie Sengupta, one of AT&T's attorneys, who will talk to you a little bit more in detail about this particular application. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you so much for hearing us tonight. I'll try to be respectful of your time since Ms. Lewis did such a thorough presentation. I'll just try to hit the high points of the appeal letter and why the claims are not valid here. Three major things have changed since the last time we were before the board. The first thing is that AT&T has decided voluntarily to construct a concrete sand wall instead of the previously proposed redwood fence around the cabinets. The second thing is that AT&T has eliminated the need for an additional power pole, which was part of the CUP that was initially approved by the Planning Commission. And the third thing, which Ms. Lewis alluded to, is that the city has commissioned its own peer review, and that peer review report dealt with radio frequency emission safety and also other alternative sites for this equipment, and the city's peer review supports AT&T's application and the Planning Commission's determination. As Ms. Lewis said, this project would be considered exempt from CEQA under what's called a Class 3 exemption, which covers the construction of small facilities. And this exemption has been used for things, the name is a bit misleading, but it's been used for retail and office buildings that have been up to 6,000 square feet, and also two-story, 15-bed psychiatric facilities amongst the larger of the projects that this exemption has been applied to. One of the things that the appellants brought up in their June 15th appeal letter is that an exception to the exemption applies, and what they're referring to there is under CEQA, even if a project falls under an exemption, if any exception can be applied, and CEQA enumerates what these exceptions are, then they fall out of the exemption and full environmental review is required under CEQA. So the two exceptions that they raised were cumulative impacts due to aesthetic impacts, and the second is unusual circumstances. So the first one, cumulative impacts due to aesthetics, is not really applicable here. And I heard that you all have toured the site. The site here is the water facility, and it also contains multiple other cell phone carriers, similar equipment. CEQA evaluates aesthetics in the context of where the project is taking place. And here, AT&T's antennas are co-locating upon existing antennas, and so it would not be considered an aesthetic impact here, and certainly not a cumulative aesthetic impact. The second exception that the appeal brings up is if there's a reasonable possibility of having a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances, the exemption no longer applies. Here again, for the reasons I articulated about aesthetics, there are no unusual circumstances. The surrounding area is all utilities, as you see on the site. So there's nothing really unusual about placing antennas on top of and near other antennas and also near a water tower. Also, all the other major carriers have their sites here, for a reason, and it's because they're trying to minimize the impact to the surrounding community and keep everything in one place. And that's precisely the reason that you all have enacted your wireless ordinance as well that promotes co-location. The city attorney's memo also confirms this analysis. The second major point that the appellants raised were acoustic impacts. Both AT&T's initial and updated noise studies show that the maximum noise level would be below the city's threshold. As I previously mentioned, AT&T has revised the project to include a concrete instead of a redwood wall. Many of the other cabinets on the site don't include such a wall. But the noise study that was prepared is conservative and assumes that the fans for all 6 cabinets, as well as all of the other equipment, would be running simultaneously. And even assuming that unlikely circumstance, the noise study finds that the noise levels would be acceptable based on the city's thresholds. In an abundance of caution, the Planning Department has included 6 conditions of approval to address noise impacts. They have, these conditions include additional noise studies at various stages of construction, and the conditions also require that AT&T submit a noise study once every 3 years. Something I think that the appellants might have misunderstood is they seem to think that the city applied an exception to get the project out of the wireless ordinance, and that's simply not the case, as is evidenced by the city's, the staff report. They claim that the project doesn't comply with the purpose and objectives of the wireless ordinance, but this is untrue. For one, the AT&T has taken great care to co-locate the facility where it would have the least environmental impacts. It has agreed to use trees and landscaping to screen off any potential aesthetic impacts, and that includes if any of the existing old growth is removed, that will be replaced. The area is already developed with antennas and utilities, and the last point that they brought up was regarding safety and welfare, and the city has made findings that the project will not impact, public health. This is confirmed by the city's peer review, which shows that the radio frequency levels will not impact health here, and the city attorney's memo regarding setbacks also addresses this point. Finally, with respect to the alternatives analysis, there is a coverage gap, which both AT&T, the Planning Department, and now the peer review have confirmed that there is, in fact, a coverage gap in this area. AT&T evaluated 3 additional sites, but as Ms. Lewis pointed out, for reasons such as feasibility, and other constraints, this was the best site and had the least aesthetic impacts. We have our noise consultant here, as well as our radio frequency engineer, and also our project manager. So if you have any questions of us, we are happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. And next we'll go with our peer review, so we can get a report as well.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dieter Preiser. I'm with RCC Consultants, and as was mentioned, my firm was engaged by the city to conduct an independent review of the application package by AT&T. So we've essentially stepped through, we've reviewed all the application materials that was provided by AT&T. We've made a site visit, reviewed the coverage maps provided, and all the studies that were submitted as part of the application package. We also looked at the alternative analysis that was submitted by AT&T. So let me start off. Okay, so first of all, in terms of coverage, I normally, first thing I look at is what is the objective that the applicant tries to achieve. And in this particular case, they give a very specific objective, that is to improve indoor coverage in residential areas, and they roughly defined it by Ralston Avenue to the north, Chula Vista to the west, and San Carlos Avenue to the south. So we looked at the 2 coverage maps. One that was provided showed the existing coverage, which demonstrated gaps in their network. And then a modeled coverage after assuming that the site would be implemented. And it showed a substantial improvement primarily to the north, west, and somewhat to the south of that site. Getting back to the importance, basically what's happening in the industry is that, of course, there are new technologies, and the carriers try to improve indoor coverage, which I think is a key trend that is happening. my statistics show, and we actually work quite a bit with public safety agencies, most agencies report that approximately 70% of 911 calls actually originate from wireless phones. Also, there's another important trend, and that is many residences are abandoning their wireline phones in favor of wireless, and that's increasing somewhere between 35 to 45% in some areas of residences do not have a regular wired phone, so they rely primarily on the wireless phone. So that makes in-building coverage all that more important. In terms of the alternatives that were presented, two alternatives revolved around locating equipment and antennas on a JPA, on the utility pole, one at on the east side of Shelford Avenue, approximately 100 feet southwest of the intersection of Shelford and Buckland. And another one was at JPA at Dartmouth on the south side, approximately by address 107 Dartmouth Avenue. First of all, both of these utility poles are substantially lower. In the first case, I believe it's 46 feet. In the second case, 47 feet lower in elevation. So that is going to cut dramatically into the amount of coverage that's achievable with that reduced height. Also, there are always issues with utility poles of existing loading on the pole, and more importantly, where to locate the equipment. Equipment can be placed on the pole itself, or it can be placed adjacent. When I looked at these two locations, there's some dramatic challenges trying to find actual equipment space on these poles. And again, from a coverage perspective, neither one of these poles would actually meet the coverage objectives that the applicant has stated. The other alternative that was presented is to co-locate on the T-Mobile tower or monopole. And looking at the two antenna arrays that the applicant, one is oriented at 165 degrees and the other one at 265 degrees, there would be some blockage. And the only way to overcome that blockage would be to increase the height of that existing monopole, T-Mobile monopole, which when you drive around the area, you definitely see that particular monopole. It's very, very apparent. And then to increase it to essentially allow signal path to go over the water tank, in my opinion, would raise the visual impact. We also reviewed the RF emission study that was done by the firm of Hamilton Edison, and also they had previously performed actual measurements on site. And we concur with their conclusion that in the industry, we use similar programs to actually predict the RF coverage, and not RF coverage, but the actual RF emissions and impact. And so all these programs essentially using the same underlying models that are dictated by the FCC. And these models, by the way, are extremely conservative. This particular study showed that the maximum exposure anywhere at ground level from all the operations there would be 7.5% of the applicable public exposure limit. So this clearly meets the FCC guidelines. And the only way that the exposure limits could possibly be exceeded would be by somebody actually standing in front of the antennas at antenna level within a range of probably anywhere from 2 to 6 feet. So this would not be the only person that would have access at that level would be somebody that's doing maintenance on the site. So again, We feel that the proposed design is reasonable. It will mitigate substantially, not totally eliminate, but mitigate substantially the coverage gap that the applicant has submitted evidence for. And the two alternatives involving the utility poles, in my opinion, would not be viable. And the T-Mobile co-location would be viable, but again, would require extending the monopole. And at this point, are there any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open the public hearing part. We're going to listen. I believe the appellant is here, right? June. Okay. We'll start with June for public comment, and then we'll go down the list. We'll be a little flexible with time tonight because I know this is a really important issue to many of you who have come many times before, and I'm sorry to my council members before me, but we're going to be a little flexible on the 2-minute rule. And June, you can take a handful of minutes if you feel like you are the appellant, so you're afforded that ability. Yeah, and then after we do the public hearing, we're going to possibly continue that, but we will go on to questions from the council after that, but we want to get the public hearing first so we can get your questions as well, and we can ask those of staff members and AT&T and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to try something different today. I'm going to put up something up here. Haven't done this before. So, where to begin? I had a presentation already, but I wanted to add a couple words to the things that I've heard just today. I've been an AT&T iPhone customer since 2008. One of the first iPhone customers. And I know as a user, when I go home, my phone is Wi-Fi enabled. AT&T does not get data through their cell towers when I use Wi-Fi. When I go to work, I use Wi-Fi. AT&T cell towers are not getting any traffic from me, getting data back and forth when I'm on Wi-Fi at work. So it may be true that we are downloading a tremendous amount of data, but I wonder how much of it is actually through cell towers and how much of it is necessary. If AT&T were to just simply disappear as an AT&T customer, I would be inconvenienced to the point where I would walk down to Verizon, buy an iPhone for Verizon, transfer all my files over, be about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. So is this a huge benefit to the community? I think there's plenty of competition in the area for cell service. I think if people choose to stay with AT&T, that's their personal choice with what they consider to be spotty service. But there's plenty of competition. So I don't want to, and that's from an AT&T customer, so I don't want to make it sound like they're the only game in town. There's a lot of different options out there. So one of the biggest complaints we've had, and the reason I'm appealing this application is because the application itself had many flaws in it. The neighbors, we do not think that this application should have even been past the Planning Commission. And I wanted to talk, there's several that we've already talked about, we've met here many times before, but there are two that I wanted to point out especially, and one pertains to public safety and the other's for aesthetics. So I wanted to open a file. I think this is it. This is the original City of San Carlos permit for the cell towers in 1998. In it, you can see that there are schematics for the existing tower. And I want to draw your attention to this right here, that the frame is a 5-inch diameter steel frame. They mentioned that not just once, but twice. We have no reason to doubt that that's not valid. The actual application to the City of San Carlos in 2011 states that the extensions will be made of the same diameter 8-inch hollow steel columns. That's not true. It's a 5-inch steel column, 5-inch diameter steel column. And the only other mention of this in this application, bear with me, it's a long document. It was on 42. It's the schematic here. Now, this is the PDF. If I blow it up, you really can't read it. You have to actually go down and see the original. But here, 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 and here, it claims that it is an existing 8-inch diameter frame. 5 times they say it's 8-inch. It's not. It's 5-inch. So when they extend it another 10 feet, put in, 3 cell towers each, what kind of stresses does that put on the existing 5-inch? Or were they planning to remove the 5-inch and put in an 8-inch, which they never mentioned anything about? Or are they simply going to tack on something that may be engineeringly unsound? To me and my neighbors, that is a big issue. My driveway is directly underneath this tower. If there's a strong wind, which happens several times a year in that area, is the 5-inch diameter frame going to be enough? Has anyone done an engineering survey to say that the structure is sound? I don't know. The second point I'd like to bring up is aesthetics. So on the same document from 1998, here is the tower that they proposed at that time. Here's the 2 tanks. And let me see if I can get this document here, this scan. All I did is take that same page and move it 45 degrees, okay? So it's that same picture, the same page. Here shows this tree that's on the site. And what's been drawn in here is the proposed 400-foot addition that they're talking about today. Now let's go to the application. Let's blow it up. The tree is gone. Let's do it again. Maybe that wasn't right. Here you see it. Here you don't. This application added the tree here, here, and here, which shows up in 1998, here, here, and here. But they somehow missed this one, which is sitting right next to that site that they're proposing. It's a very hilly area. I don't know how you can put in a 400 square foot platform on a hillside with foundation that close to an existing tree. This is a very wide tree, and it covers up a great deal of the tower and the tanks that are in there. If that tree is removed, it will definitely impact our real estate value negatively. And comment was made that they'll go ahead and try to put trees back. This is a rugged hillside. Yeah, I like to see what the plans are, for putting trees like that back. Now, maybe it's a small tree, right? Here's a picture from Pepper Lane, which is down the street. This is that tree, right here. This is covering all of the tanks, most of the tanks, all of the towers, most of the tanks. The towers are visible now. It's above the canopy already. And if that is removed, the residents will have some serious issues. And, they said that, they're not real estate experts, but I'd like to submit a document from a real estate agent that says that things like this, in her 14 years of experience, does impact negatively real estate value. So I'd like to submit
if you
that.
just hand it to the city clerk.
Then, of course, we heard last July when we were here about the potential conflict of interest between the submitter of the application, Cal Water, whose CEO is married to a woman that's on the Planning Commission. That's troublesome. I hope that...
Mr. Rowe, it wasn't the planning commissioner, it was a staff member.
I'm sorry, a staff member of the Planning Commission, yeah. So, when we heard that as a neighbor, sometimes it made sense. I mean, why wasn't there an environmental impact study? And how did these things, trees disappear and the application that's so riddled with mistakes get past the Planning Commission 5-0? I don't know. Doesn't sound right. But that's it. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. Okay, next up we have Glenn Gelanu, Alan Durson, and Debbie Bachagalupi.
Good evening, Mayor Klein, members of the council. My name is Glenn Gelano. I'm a resident in San Carlos. Shelford is right above where I live, next street up. Kind of overlooks down onto my residence. I have a rather extensive background in communications. I spent 37 years specifically in mobile relay and cellular telephone. My most recent position was as International Business Development Manager for Boeing, selling specifically smart adaptive array antennas. A couple of questions that I have just based on the information that I've reviewed. I've not seen any wind loading studies for the proposed addition to this tower. Also, from the visible tree line, if you will, though the applicant has said that they are making a minor alteration to the site, the existing elevation is going to put that antenna structure significantly above the visible tree line. That's going to be visible not only for these immediate neighbors that have issues, but from a great distance around the site. I think the applicant's real concerns are their current capacity. A lot of those issues can be addressed with microcells. And I certainly would encourage the council to do that, as well as to request copies of the propagation analysis of the alternate sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last comment. Mr. Royce, earlier this evening you had a comment yourself about not wanting to look at the electric signs in front of your residence. And I submit to you that these residents really don't want to look at a large antenna structure in front of theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Durson, and then Debbie Bachagalupi.
Thank you. One of my concerns is I live down the hill just below the towers. These water tanks up there are over 80 years old. And should we have a fall of a new tower going up there, I'm sure it's going to hit an 80-year-old wood structure. This is a major water storage area for the north part of San Carlos. And talking with several people from California Water that I've known over the years, they're saying about putting in increased storage in different areas. And I think that's something that maybe San Carlos ought to be looking at, this site, instead of another cell tower. And if we do lose these because of inadequate load on a pole and the poles fall into the towers, what are we going to do for water in that area? Also, these 5-inch poles, that's what they have up there now. I don't know if they're planning on totally redoing everything, but it's just going to increase the construction in the area. So far I've talked with Sheedy Drayage, who's been on the site, and we're trying to figure out how they're going to get a crane up there. And also with Pacific Gas and Electric, who was talking about running power up there. Is this an already done deal? That's what I'm starting to wonder. And Glenn sort of stole my line, but I do thank you, Mr. Royce. Very eloquent on how you talked about LED lights and signs and plastic in front of your residence. Really, we don't want it in front of ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Bachagalupi, followed by Mark Cohen. I'll just read the pack.
First of all, what Al didn't mention is that our homes are impacted, our lives are impacted, and we get 2 minutes to speak. It's our appeal. We paid for this. Some of our members aren't here. One member who won't tell you this, but I'm going to tell you this, his mother's funeral was today. And Scott should be with his family right now. And because our homes and our lives are impacted by this, which you could see there's flawed science in this already. The fact that you don't need an EIR, you don't need an EIS. My parents are cattle ranchers, and we need a permit to have our own cows in a stable because they may create dust. And the nearest neighbor is probably a mile down the road. And yet my house, which is on that hill, which my fence shares that fence line with Cal Water, you're going to need to excavate. You're going to need big cranes. You're going to need heavy equipment. My dad's a civil engineer. He looked at the permits. He looked at the plans. He says there are holes all over it. So I want to show you other kinds of antennas in the area. If I can get this to work. Scott. So I want to also mention that the noise. So something was mentioned about the noise, that there were experiments done. When you add more towers, more anything, there are pipes underneath that whole driveway. In fact, I talked to somebody recently from PG&E who told me that what they do is they come in, actually it was the landscaper. I know you all know that I complained about the hacking of the trees that were on the fence line. They didn't trim. Cal Water hacked, and it was the company it wasn't a landscaper who came in and hacked these bushes that had been there longer than I have. It was the company that actually puts in the underground pipe for utilities. So what the heck is a company who does utility, big pipes underground? What are they doing sending employees over to cut a few bushes along, hack a few bushes along the fence line? Scott. So here's my house, and right here is where the new cell phone towers are going to go. Scott, how come I can't see this? I want to see
You want to see this?
No, these pictures, actually. Okay, I'll just go here. Here's another type of, how come we can't see it right here? Here's another type of antenna we have in the area. In fact, we have lots of them. So you don't think heavy equipment, more cell phone towers are going to impact that kind of antenna? I can't see this. How about my video?
This one?
Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Maybe you do. I want to show you a video, and I'll jam through it if we can get it up on the screen, of my bedroom. Normally I don't show people my bedroom, but I think it's important for you people to see how I'm impacted. You already know that I'm impacted because I have people coming over to that lot all the time. They're up on the cell phone towers. They're peering over into my backyard. And like June says, he didn't say this, but he was alluding to this, we have choices. I have AT&T. In fact, I've been an AT&T customer for 20 years now. I get dropped every day in my house all the time. And I'm not complaining about it. I know I have a choice here in the United States, and that's called freedom. And I could choose another company if I wanted to. It's playing on its own. Anyway, this is going up to the backyard. There's one cell phone tower. You can see that I take care of my yard. Like June says, it's impossible to plant there. I got my pitches. I've got it. Look at the ground. It's hard as a rock. It is rock, as a matter of fact, and it's clay. So in just a bit here, you'll see the bushes. That right there, that's what my fence line used to look like before they trimmed. Well, now
That's what it looks, well, there's what it used to look like. I had some privacy, and now I have no privacy. And I'd like to ask AT&T, if they're going to come in, when they hack these trees, are they going to come in, how are they also going to compensate me for the time that it's going to take for the vegetation to grow? That growth was there 5 years before I was. I've been there for 5 years, whatever, 4 years. It was there before I was. There's where the new cell phone tower is going to go. And I ask you, would any of you want to live there during the construction, which is going to be months, I'm sure, especially if they have to do a 20-foot by 20-foot, 400-foot slab. You got to dig into the ground. There's going to be dust. They're going to need drills in the ground. The tower's going to go over that tree. And I haven't seen AT&T come up with pictures of what it's going to look like. They show you a picture of the tank. It looks industrialized. So to you guys, adding another cell phone tower doesn't look like a big deal. But it's a huge deal when you live right next to there. Scott, there's another picture that might. And you know, Michael's not here. June did a great job. Michael's not here. So here's what our neighborhood looks like now. The only line that is added in is this one. This is the existing cell phone tower right here. But if you add, it's going to be up here. So to say that the trees are going to hide it, you know, AT&T, the attorney, pretty much called us liars, saying that we were misinformed, we weren't telling the truth, however she put it. By not acknowledging that these cell phone towers are going to be over the existing trees, who's the liar here? We're not lying. You saw holes in the report. Before you sign on to this, I request that you guys can look at the report more, hire a civil attorney, hire a land surveyor. My dad's a professional land surveyor. He said this should have been surveyed. It's not. You already heard Michael say that the noise reports full of junk. They're not true. I live right there. I hear the same noise. I haven't slept in 3 years. Every night I hear the same vibrating noise, and we can't figure it out. It's not in the house. Where's it coming from? At first, I thought it was airplanes. So that's all I have. It's not all I have to say. I could say a whole lot more, as you guys know.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Balshagopi. Next up, we have Mark Cohen, then we have Frank Hensley, and Brian Randall.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mark Cohen. I'm actually a new San Carlos resident. My family and I just moved to San Carlos 3 weeks ago, and a little concerned when June, my new neighbor, told me about these plans that would significantly impact why my wife, 10-month-old daughter, and dog moved to San Carlos, which is everything that the place has to offer, the neighborhood has to offer, and what the environment has to offer. And I would submit that it sounds like you took a nice tour of the water treatment plant. I would invite all of you to our neighborhood, and you can tour our neighborhood, and what you can do first is just listen, because what you hear now is really a whole lot of nothing, and that's what really attracted my wife and I to the neighborhood, or to our new home, was that it's just very peaceful. And when I see plans for these units that are going to meet the threshold, well, right now there's really no noise, and now you're saying that we're going to hear a constant hum. That's discouraging. So the environment's going to change. The woman before me showed the picture of the deer. There's a whole family of deer that live, they walk. In fact, my wife and I and our daughter were out for a walk before I came here, and there was the whole family of deer walked across our road. So with the heavy machinery, I wonder if that would scare the family away. So I think, is there an impact to the natural habitat that hasn't been kind of recognized here? So there's really mentioned the taking out the trees, so I won't belabor that point. We've talked a little bit about safety and how this 5-inch and 8-inch, again, you know, my daughter is going to be hopefully growing up in San Carlos and playing along Anchor Lane, which is right below those towers. So I worry about my family. And then, of course, when my wife and I just made a big investment to move into San Carlos, where all my or many of my work colleagues also live, and they sold me on coming to San Carlos, and so we made a big investment to move to the area and raise our daughter in the San Carlos schools, and I think something like this is going to impact the big investment in real estate that we just made. So I thank you for your time, and I would really beg that the council looks very closely and considers this very carefully on how it's going to impact the citizens. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Frank Hensley, and then followed by Brian Randall.
Thank you, council members. Having looked at all the reports, looking at all the submissions from AT&T and all the commentary from the city planning department, I too have some safety concerns with regard to wind loading on the large panel antennas, with the diameter of the poles, with the property in general. I also have concerns over the fact that there's a heritage oak tree that does not exist on the plans, but absolutely does exist in real life, that will indeed be impacted by the placement of a footing to hold the antenna structures. AT&T does have some concern for lack of coverage. I am a user of multiple carriers. I have on me right now Verizon, AT&T, and Sprint. In fact, AT&T has no coverage in this facility. They have no coverage in a lot of areas. They're struggling to come up to speed. One of the reasons why they are working on trying to get merged with T-Mobile is so that they can get additional coverage. But I'm concerned that the collusion or the apparent collusion with the person in the planning department and the owner of the property. I'm concerned with the fact that the AT&T plans that are submitted are using national safety standards that are 15 years old and in fact out of date. I'm concerned that this is basically being rushed through the planning department so it can get to the building department, where the building department will tell them to completely start all over again, at which point we, the neighbors, have no voice. And that is more of a concern to me than anything. I encourage you to ask AT&T to go back to the drawing board and submit up-to-date plans with up-to-date specs, with wind loading, with all of the safety standards brought up to speed, by encouraging them to go down to pull up the Sprint plans that we pulled up at the city planning department that shows the 5-inch steel pipes, and encourage them to really engineer this properly so we can have a proper discussion as opposed to just continuing to shoot holes in their plans. That's my comments. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And lastly, we have Brian Randall. If anyone wishes to speak after Mr. Randall, please come up and you can fill out a speaker slip afterwards.
Mr. Mayor, City Councilman, Brian Randall, San Carlos. As you know, I am not one of the unfortunate citizens who live on that hill. I live the other side of San Carlos, but having come to council meetings, you know that I have listened to their plight and decided to look into it myself. Well, I did visit the hill today, and I went first of all to the problem that was solved when, well, you know about that. I went to the Verizon antenna, and I stood down in a gully looking up at that big tank. And I thought, in the earthquake, that ruptures, all the water's going to come down through here, and it's going to take out this entire Verizon unit. But however, that's an extra. What I want to talk about now is about the AT&T, which you've been talking about this evening. You know, I spoke before that I'd done experiments with a building, and I put the walls round and the noise inside, and then I did as the old saying goes, put a lid on it, and it stopped the noise. obviously you just can't have a wall around this. You've got to have a roof on it as well. I want to read something here from, this comes from page 47, 260 Shelford Avenue, AT&T, June the 6th, 2011, Planning Commission meeting. Policy LU-9-12, ensure that development in residential areas is compatible with neighborhood character. Conditions of approval will ensure that any negative noise impacts on neighborhood properties are mitigated, including one that requires additional noise analysis and a roof be included as part of the enclosure. Now, it looks like somebody listened to me and you're going to put a roof on it. I hope so. But what we saw today up on that screen did not have a roof. You could see all the boxes of electronic equipment inside. Now, the first lady who spoke for A&T said that in an earthquake, it was absolutely necessary to have these communications. Yes. Unfortunately, during the earthquake, when the adjacent water tank ruptures, it will flood the various electronic equipment, and I don't just mean Verizon, I mean the others as well. And there's another 3 tanks up there. It will flood the various electronic equipments, and the wave of water will very likely demolish these concrete block walls we're having instead of wood. Now, I like the idea of concrete block walls, but if they don't have rebar reinforcing in them, that wall will come down. I have a picture looking down on this building with the concrete block walls. A great improvement, 8-foot concrete block walls instead of the old redwood slats in wire. A great improvement, but the trouble is there's no roof on it, and the noise will come out over the top. Also, there's no door on it. Well, maybe that's been left out, but unless there's a door on it, that whole building, even if the walls stay in an earthquake, the whole building will flood through that door because that flood water's coming down. I think that'll do for today. Now, I'm sure you're going to postpone this again. I certainly hope so. It's only right. So I will be talking to you again at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Okay, Mr. Rubin, since we are now done with public comment, how would you recommend us going about me making a motion to continue this, but we also want to take questions from the council to AT&T and our peer review and others? Can we do both?
Procedurally, what I'd say you should do is do not do your usual motion to close the public hearing at this time, and just continue your discussions, and then at, when you're completed with your discussions and questions, just make a motion to continue to the November 14th meeting.
Okay, so we'll do questions now. So I think it would make it easiest if we have AT&T come up first, and then we can do all the questions for AT&T we have, and then if anyone has questions for our peer review, we can call them up after that.
I don't have any questions for AT&T. I have lots of questions for Ms.
Before AT&T comes up, do we can start with staff then? Let's just completely skipped over that. So, Lisa, if you want to, I forgot you have a microphone down there.
Just ask questions and whoever, because
we're just going to be catch can. Whoever's got the right
That's fine. So we'll start with Mr. Lewis.
In the staff report, there was discussion of the possibility of adding a roof to the structure. Can you elaborate on it? I think it was just a sentence in here.
Thank you. That was a staff suggested addition to add the roof for further noise attenuation. So that would be something that if you were interested in, you would need to add that as a condition of approval to require a roof. And I appreciate the last speaker's comment. I think we should also add a door.
All right. Yeah, I would certainly think that would be important, depending on the ultimate decision. We do different noise tolerances and so forth. Is there going to be any audible hum or buzz in the local residences from this? I mean, I'm just trying to read scientific dB ratios, the blah blah blah, and what I can appreciate is anybody in a residence feeling like there's now an audible buzz in the neighborhood. Can someone just speak to the human ears, not mine perhaps, being so young, but just whether somebody can hear it from the residents?
Can I address your first point of adding a roof and a door? And then Bill Hammond is here, who's our noise expert, who can address your point about the hum.
Mr. Mayor?
Is that okay? So regarding adding a roof or adding a door, we view that as unnecessary as unnecessary.
We may not. Go ahead.
Okay. Because the noise study is showing that the absolute maximum sound level with all the equipment from all the towers running at the same time still falls below the city's thresholds. In addition to that, there are the conditions of approval that I had alluded to earlier, and I'm happy to walk you through all 6 of those if you'd like. Okay. The second is that technically it's a little bit problematic. If you enclose the cabinets, that means you have to add more fans to increase the circulation, because that also keeps the heat in, and that also takes the noise level up. So it may not be effective as you think it would be just to cap it and put a roof on it, because that requires additional equipment on the inside.
Suffice to say, if the roof was about noise, it'd be like noise mitigating. I would think that if we decide that we want further noise mitigation that's currently in the proposal, whether it's a roof or not, but I appreciate that.
Okay. And the third thing would be that I think that you would run in danger of running afoul of the Federal Telecommunications Act as this being discriminatory towards these cabinets, because there is only one set of cabinets on this site that is enclosed, and the rest of the cabinets the pre-existing cabinets are all open. So that's just something for you to consider as well.
So the cabinets union might come after us. No, I'm just kidding. So and I was thinking with the mayor's permission, can the city attorney speak to the overall jurisdiction that the council has in cell phone towers, just so that public can hear the things that we...
That is certainly okay, Mr. Rubens.
Well, there's a memorandum included in the packet for the record. But generally, the Federal Communications Act of 1996 constrains local government decision-making for telecommunications facilities, especially when, as has been shown here or portrayed in the reports, that there's a gap in coverage. So when there's a gap in coverage, the council's decision-making is essentially limited to basic health and safety issues such as noise, like we've been talking about, and aesthetics. In our case, some cities have enacted ordinances that talk about safety zones. I've stated in the record previously that in San Carlos, we haven't studied the safety zone issue, and we could run afoul of the effective prohibition issue in the Telecommunications Act, i.e. we cannot issue or put in place regulations that effectively prevent the provision of telecommunications services. Now, we have limited sites in San Carlos, and if we put a safety fall zone on every site, we might not be able to install antennas on those sites, and that would be a regulation that would be prohibited if that were the case. So what we're relying on instead is the building code and our local engineering department to make sure that the facilities or the antenna structure is structurally sound. The issue of I just want to make sure I'm covering your question, Councilmember Lewis. There's also the discrimination issue that was talked about by AT&T. We cannot, under the Act, regulate one provider in one way and another provider in another way through regulation. We have to treat them basically the same so as not to provide benefits to one provider versus another. And the courts have interpreted that as they're all entitled to provide service in an area where they have a coverage gap. Now, we Now, I'm not sure that there's any cases on discrimination for cabinet location and the type of sound attenuation, but we do have a sound ordinance or a noise ordinance in San Carlos, and we are entitled to enforce that noise ordinance. It's true that the studies show that the cabinets are below that standard just slightly, and we do have some mitigations to deal with just in case the as-built design is not as potent or not as it doesn't mitigate the sound as much as advertised, so to speak. We also have, in this case, there's also this other element of the Federal Communications Act regarding the timing of decisions and how a municipality can approach those decisions. As I put in my report, there's a dispute between the city and AT&T right now over whether we've, quote, finally acted within the timelines of the FCC regulations. My opinion is that the Planning Commission, being the body that can finally act on telecommunications and use permits, made the final action when they did, and that the citizens of San Carlos and our municipal code allow for, it's basically a due process right. We have a right of appeal, and for a citizen or anyone who is aggrieved by a decision of the Planning Commission, they have a right to appeal that decision. And before if that citizen wanted to go up to the next level and pursue the matter in courts, they have to appeal the matter to the City Council. So I view the appeal process is totally outside of the shot clock limitations. AT&T disagrees with that. So I hope I covered the basic issues of where you're constrained. You're basically constrained where there's a gap in coverage, basic health and safety issues, and aesthetics. And if there's no feasibly alternative sites, I think you have some of that information before you.
Thank you. Can someone speak to the, on either staff or AT&T, we saw evidence where there could be a tree that was missing on the final plans, and can someone describe whether or not there's a major tree that's going to be taken down in the construction of the project? And can somebody answer that?
Mr. Hammett, to address your earlier point regarding noise.
You had a noise question prior.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Council members, my name is Bill Hammett. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I've managed a firm of 17 people who are located up in Sonoma, and a regular part of what we do is noise analysis, RF exposure analysis, in order to establish whether or not something complies with the federal standards or with your standard. And your question had to do with would there be audible noise from this facility? And the answer is that that's what your noise ordinance is intended to protect against. So we take the existing ambient levels that have been measured up there, we add in the worst case projected level, and those two together have to be under your limit. That's the protection. That's what implies that, no, there won't be any audible noise coming from the site. And the analysis is correct that assumes every fan in every place is on all at once, which particularly at night when the limit is 10 dB tighter is not a normal occurrence. So there are several areas of conservatism built in there.
Sure. So you're saying it meets the standards that we have in our code, but you can't necessarily say if you're standing there whether or not you can hear it. That's what you're saying, right?
No, well, I'm saying that it meets the standards, and that means that you won't be able to hear it. That's the purpose. We've been out about a year ago, lots and lots of testing out the site. The city hired its own acoustical consultant. I was there while he was taking the measurements. We relied on our measurements together, so there was no disagreement exactly what the situation was. We spent a lot of time on Anchor Court or Anchor Lane. Some people can hear something, some people can't. There was no evidence from the measurements that we took and the city's consultant took that there was any sort of a hum that was sensitive to our equipment or to our ears.
Okay, thank you.
I want to also address a little bit more information on the question of putting a roof on it. The proposal calls for equipment cabinets that are intended to operate outdoors. They have their own little fans in them to draw air through them in order to cool the electronics inside. If you completely enclose it, then you don't have the airflow going over the equipment, and that creates a problem. The Sprint facility is the only one up there that has enclosed shelter with the cabinets inside, and they have outdoor air conditioners, which make noise. So, it's a trade-off, either the cabinets do or the air conditioners do. In this case, the tall concrete wall is designed to attenuate any noise that may come from the small fans in the outdoor cabinets so that there will be nothing audible at the neighboring properties.
Right. So, yeah, again, the discrimination issue, cabinet discrimination issue aside, it's just whether or not, if we ultimately wanted to require any more sort of sound baffling that could still allow for ventilation. But I hear you. Thank you very much. And then maybe the tree issue, could somebody talk about that?
Maybe city staff wants to take that one. If you can explain to us why, or AT&T, why the tree was missing on the plans.
And because I suppose there's also a legal issue, right? If it's represented in one plan or not in the other, what our procedure is from this point?
Yeah, at the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant did indicate on the record that the tree would remain in place. And through the course of the hearing, we can certainly add a condition that they submit a tree protection plan to the building permit stage and ensure preservation of the oak tree. If necessary, shift the location of the equipment enclosure. So they have stated on the record that that oak tree would remain.
Excuse me, Ms. Lewis, I'm going to confirm you really quickly. So you said that they may have to move the equipment shed in order to keep the tree there?
Well, if at the building permit stage there's an issue with the grading and a conflict with the oak tree, our recommendation would be that the oak tree wins and they would need to shift the equipment to accommodate such.
Okay.
At this stage of the project, as the council's aware, we have plans that are detailed, but not detailed to the level of actual constructed. And it's very typical that the detailed construction and engineering plans are not prepared until you get to the building permit stage. And the reason for that is the project could change a bit through this deliberation process. So applicants don't always go through with that very formal, detailed engineering evaluation process, and that's why we have the building permit stage. It's planning department's responsibility, though, to ensure that the plans that have been approved by the council, if you so approved it, are consistent with the plans that are ultimately issued by the building department. So an example would be if a 5-inch pole was approved at a planning commission level, but it was deemed necessary to increase 8-inch at the building permit stage, that's something that's pretty consistent with the approval and may have been approved back in 1998. We're going to need to check that record, obviously. But something where they increase the height by 5 or 10 feet, absolutely not. That is not something we would find consistent. We would have that go back through the approval process.
So just to push back a little bit, do you think it's consistent or a minor detail to miss a gigantic tree? Because we're talking about minor details here. These trees are enormous.
Right. No, we're saying that the tree, they've entered into the record that the tree would remain on site. Okay. And so it's our responsibility to ensure that tree remains on site.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Lewis, I didn't mean to cut in.
No, it's important because, as the city attorney mentioned, a great deal of our jurisdiction in something like this has only to do with noise and aesthetics. And so, and those are entirely, a huge amount of the impact of this and a huge amount of the fear. And so some of the inconsistencies that may be at different stages, it really is incumbent upon us to, I think, be able to communicate back to the neighbors, here's what it is, it's a valid concern, we share your concern, and here's how we can help mitigate for it. So this is why we need to take the time to ask some of the questions. This is just sort of AT&T and T-Mobile, I don't know, is that merger? What I'm wondering is, if there's a gap in coverage for T-Mobile, but not for AT&T, and this is over a year-old application, does that change the nature of it if those two companies are one now? It may be a further-reaching question, but it comes up as we're talking about. There's existing T-Mobile, and now there's AT&T, and I thought they were together. So I don't know if that goes to the gap in coverage issue.
The merger hasn't been acted upon by the federal officials. However, there was some paperwork that was revealed by AT&T that suggests that AT&T has sufficient frequencies to address the coverage bandwidth whether or not they buy T-Mobile.
And answer your question, I think as long as they're separate entities, we'd still be under the effective discrimination and prohibition regulations.
Okay. And then the wind loading question, the 5 to 8 inch pipe, I know you just referred to that a bit, but those would come at the building stage, and that's when the full engineering report and analysis would happen?
That's correct. We would require a detailed structural evaluation to be done at the building permit stage, and the building department does check for the wind load.
Okay, those are all my questions for now.
And Mr. Casilli? I apologize for beating on the 5 and 8 inch. So what do we have there now, 5 inch or an 8 inch? We don't know.
Unless AT&T is able to answer that question, I will have our building official conduct an inspection prior to your next meeting.
So let me ask the question this way then. Assume it's a 5 inch, but the new thing says 8 inch. Are they going to put a new 8 inch pole from the bottom all the way up? I must be good. I got 2 in a row they can't answer.
Gentlemen, my name is Matthew Paul. I'm a site acquisition manager for Ericsson Incorporated as consultant to AT&T. I'm fairly new to this project, so I have to apologize, but I think the simple way to answer your question is we can put in a 5 inch or an 8 inch pipe in, depending on what is required and preferred by the building department, as per the Universal Building Code.
I'm sure you can do anything. You can put a 15 inch in. You know, my question is, if we don't know what it is it going to be an 8 inch or a 5 inch? I'm looking at staff here.
We're relying on the applicant to submit accurate plans. So at this point, if there's a question of the applicant's accuracy on the plans, we need to verify that.
Okay. So basically, but do we have the code say it has to be 8 or 5 or?
It would be up to the building official to review the structural evaluation, determine if a 5 inch is adequate based on the wind load.
Okay.
Any other factors out of the
site? And then even 8 inch, then we'll replace the entire pole.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. It's 24 feet high now, Ms. Costa-Sanders? That's what you...
Correct.
Approximately 24
Approximately,
feet. It doesn't have to be
because there's a
exact.
little bit of a slope,
Okay.
right?
And we're going to add 10 feet?
Yes.
What are the other poles up there? How high are they?
I don't have that information here.
How good am I? I'm telling you, that's 3. Okay, roof cover, got through that one. Will the construction require removal of, I know we said we're not going to take out the oak tree wins. Are there removal of any other trees?
The plans do not indicate the need to remove any other trees.
Okay. Someone mentioned the specs weren't current. One of the speakers, one of the folks said, you're not using current specs. Well, comment on that?
We do route these plans to the building department for a preliminary review, and we didn't receive a comment that the specs were out of date, so I'm not sure what specifications they're referencing in there.
All right. How about landscaping? Do we have any requirements for landscaping? Because it looks like some of the pictures that you've got this chain link fence there, and it seemed to me that it would be nice if we had more landscaping.
We do have, thank you. We do have condition 9 in your certificate that references landscaping requirement.
Okay.
And if I could also address your earlier question, T-Mobile's antennas are 45 feet.
Okay, thank you. And do we know how long construction is going to last? Applicant?
Typically on a project of this nature, it's a relatively simple build for us. We're not sinking a new pole, 30 or 40 feet into the ground. I would anticipate 2 or 3 weeks.
So you're including the pole as well as the base, or this building that you're going to build, or whatever?
Yes.
So it's 2 or 3 weeks for the whole thing?
Right. And I would also stress that probably heavy equipment would be limited. We need to trench out a little bit of the ground to make room for that equipment and for those CMU walls, and then any equipment necessary for replacing and enhancing the existing poles.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Through the chair, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I believe the cell work that's taking place up at Highlands at the moment, which is an additional 150 square foot wall with new cabinets and so forth. I mean, it's been happening for at least 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks already. So I'm just, again, your thing is your thing, but my most recent experiences, and Mr. Survey might be able to speak to, is it's significantly longer than that. It's not complete yet.
One more. Adding on to that question, Ms. Goscianges, do we have requirements that the construction has to start at a certain date? In other words, or do we have winter rules, so to speak, where they can't start after a certain date?
That's relating to grading operations.
I'm sorry?
The construction timing that you're referring to relates to grading
Just
operations.
grading? So in other words, there's no requirement?
There would not be a limitation here relating to that.
Okay, thank you. And they're not doing any grading?
There's going to be some minor site work that's necessary because they're sinking the equipment in a bit to have a level pad. But it's more the level of a minor grading permit rather than a major grading permit that would be
Minor
reviewed
would
by
probably be
a few cubic yards.
exempt from the
That's
winter
correct.
rules. Thank you.
Mr. Royce?
Yeah, first, I'd like to compliment the vendor and the comments that we got from the citizens. I was getting ready to list of about 32 issues. I think I got it down to about 6 major issues. They were very clear, concise, and those are the issues that I need to think about here. I'll be very brief in my comments. Mr. Lewis, I had the tree issue and the covered equipment thing, and you hit both of those, so I'll move on to Mr. Grocott.
The first one I had, the first couple of questions I have, I'd actually talked to the city attorney about earlier in the day, just for acknowledgement of that. I was trying to understand the alternate site, I guess you'd call it.
Analysis.
Yeah, thank you, the analysis. And I'm looking for some definition of what's a reasonable threshold for offering an alternative site. Because as I joked with Mr. Rubens, I could say, well, my first alternative site is the intersection of Buckland and Shelford, and I'm going to put a pole in the middle of the road and require the city to put a roundabout, and that's going to be my alternative site. Now, everybody knows that wouldn't fly, but I could make that as an alternative site, and I could give you a bunch of other ridiculous alternative sites so that it makes it look like the site that I've chosen that I want to build on is the best site. So what's the threshold here for offering up truly viable alternative sites, if there is one?
Well, as my memo states, these applications are taken on a case-by-case basis. In this case, were some sites selected by AT&T, and they were deemed by the consultant and AT&T as infeasible for various reasons that are stated in the report. There's no set standard that this site is feasible, this site's not feasible, but I think in the context of the coverage, the gap in coverage, if those other sites don't meet the coverage objectives, I think that would be one standard that a court might apply to whether or not it's feasible or not.
So a follow-up question to that is it, I understand what you're saying about the coverage. I kind of have a question that's coupled, because I was wondering why 2 separate support structures hosting 3 antenna apiece at 10 feet above what's there now. And where I'm going with this is I'm wondering why that's the proposal and why there wasn't an alternative considered aside from this 400 square foot pad, which I don't know where else you would put it up there, but why wasn't an alternative considered where maybe you could have antenna on either side of the top of the hill that's going to improve coverage, not be as high, not be as visual, have the visual impact, but give you the coverage that you need?
So I want to be sure that I understand the alternative that you're proposing. So you're proposing 2 antennas that would not be located on the same site, but rather separating the 2 of them onto opposite sides of the hill? Is
Well,
that
perhaps
right?
since you stood up and volunteered to answer the question, first you could start with why 2 extensions that have 3 antenna apiece, 10 feet higher than anything else that's up there.
Okay, so first off, it's not 10 feet higher up than anything else. It's just 10 feet higher than the Sprint Nextel antenna that it's being co-located on top of. T-Mobile has antennas on that site that are taller than 10 feet above 10. Let me rephrase. T-Mobile's antennas are taller than what AT&T has proposed. And the reason that all of these companies have their antennas at different heights is because they're trying to get different coverage sectors. So for the sectors that Sprint Nextel needed to cover on that site, the height that they're at works for them. But the sectors that AT&T is trying to cover, which are not the same that Sprint Nextel has covered, it needs to be 10 feet higher in order to get that. Does that make sense?
10 feet higher on that particular, at that particular location, on that particular existing tower.
Correct. It needs to be at about 34 feet in that location.
Okay, so thank you for that answer. Now, why wasn't an alternative looked at that perhaps separates those two groups of 3 antenna apiece and perhaps puts them on 2 different sites, perhaps at a lower elevation, and gives you that coverage that you're looking for?
First off, I think I will defer to our radio frequency expert to say why that wouldn't work. But in addition to that, from a legal perspective, that would result in greater aesthetic impacts because now you're constructing brand new antennas, or brand new poles, if you will, in 2 different locations versus you already have these antennas. And it also would go against the wireless ordinance that the city has enacted, in which you all encourage providers like AT&T to co-locate on existing facilities to the degree that we can.
However, your answer assumes that there aren't other co-location areas on the hill, or, for instance, you go through town and you go through other areas, not even here in San Carlos, but you go through other areas, you see, rather minor antenna for cell phones attached to power poles, light poles. We have one at Arguello Park, I believe, that's attached to a flagpole.
Right.
So your assumption is that I'm saying an alternative site would mean putting up a brand new pole that's not there now, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe there are alternative sites in the area of existing power poles, or even antenna poles for cell phones.
I'm not sure if you have this in front of you, and I'm happy to share my copy with you if you don't, but I'm looking at page 5 of the city's peer review study.
Okay.
And what that study depicts is the radius in which the antenna needs to be located in order to cover that, in order to achieve the project's purpose, which is to basically eclipse that coverage gap. And so both the city's peer reviewer and AT&T evaluated all viable alternatives within this radius, and they didn't find anything else. And I'm happy to let our expert speak to that, and you're more than welcome to call on your peer reviewer as well to address that question.
Okay, but just a point on that. I suppose when he was looking at it, he was keeping all 6 antenna together and not looking at the possibility of, if you got 6, maybe you put 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, 2 here at lower elevations on existing poles, and you don't impact the neighborhood the same way visually.
Sure.
It could be argued. You're arguing it to me that it's a greater impact. I'm saying to you, and perhaps other council members feel, that having smaller, less obtrusive installations at a lower elevation at other locations on the hill, even if it's a brand new location for a cell antenna, would be less bothersome to the neighborhood than something that's 10 feet higher than anything else. I know what you're saying. I've been there.
Sure.
And I know what the T-Mobile structure looks like, and it's hideous. Okay? So as a council member representing people who live in my town, who vote for me, et cetera, and I'm one of them, that's the way government's supposed to work. That's why we're here, and you're not just dealing with staff, right? Okay, that's my perspective. And So my perspective is I'm trying to have less of an impact to the neighborhood visually, which I'm allowed to do by law, by FCC law.
Absolutely.
And so I'm telling you, my opinion is that more installations that are lower, that have less antenna in one place, is preferable.
Okay, so
And that's not been
let's-
looked at.
Right, let's let them talk about the technical feasibility of that.
You can hand anything to the city clerk.
I'd like to, first of all, clarify one point. RCC did not look at other alternatives. We only evaluated the alternatives that were submitted by AT&T, first of all. Okay, now, Councilman Grocott, what you're alluding to is perhaps known in industry as a distributed antenna system, which is a radically different design concept as to what's being proposed. Essentially, AT&T's proposal is considered what they call a macro cell. So one cell covers, a substantial amount, typically somewhere in the range of 1/3 to half a mile of radius. Okay, now the macro, or as opposed to a distributed antenna system, which requires many, many more sites to take the place of the macro site. And these are not the predominant, this is not the predominant technology that's being deployed. However, there are some special circumstances where it is being rolled out.
I'm sorry, I lost you. Which is not the predominant?
The distributed antenna systems. In other words, distributed antenna systems are mainly used for special applications. They are used in dense urban areas. And again, instead of having one site, you can have multiple. You will require multiple sites. Sometimes as many as every other block, you have to have either utilize a light pole or a utility pole and place equipment there. It's a completely different design concept. It can fill the gap of this nature. However, it requires typically a fiber infrastructure. That means fiber cable has to be run all over the neighborhood, thereby adding more loading to the existing utility poles. So again, I mean, it is technically feasible, but it's a completely different design concept. The premises are different, and would require substantial engineering and investigation to see if it's feasible.
That's not my problem. I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate your viewpoint, but, okay, thank you.
Wait, before you sit down, sir, so when you said that you only looked at the alternate sites that were proposed by AT&T.
Yes, sir.
So, and I don't want to say that they did this, but there's always the possibility that companies can rig it so the site that they want is the best viable alternative if the peer review isn't going to look at the other alternative sites. It's essentially like someone coming up to me going, hey, pick the best baseball team, but you only get to choose are the Yankees, the Royals, and the Mariners. Well, it's obviously who you're going to go with, but if you don't get a look at the whole field.
No, it's understood, Mayor Klein. When we look at these, we don't just, we do look at it in general. Does it make sense? Is it reasonable? We do our, due diligence. One of our expertise is in the area of radio coverage. And so I look, is it reasonable? Is it reasonable standard industry practice? And we do have a null there, right? And that they're trying to take advantage of it. Now, what's a little bit different about this site is, they've declared their coverage objective is not, essentially a circle, because they're only putting up two sectors, one oriented at 265 degrees, the other one at 165 degrees, based on their network requirements. But again, having said that, so really what is available, something has to be reasonably close to that location, assuming you want to do it with a single site. The minute you go to a distributed antenna system, all bets are off. It changes the whole baseline here. And but really, considering the terrain and looking again at AT&T's objectives, these other the alternatives there, the T-Mobile tower, it would work. It would have to be extended to clear one of the water tanks. It's obstructed by the 165 azimuth antenna orientation is partially obstructed by the water tower. So again, we look at that, is it reasonable? And the distributed antenna approach is something that could be looked at, but it's a whole different design premise. Again, requiring substantial infrastructure that the city has to then address, such as the fiber cable, and then there's still going to be more stuff on the utility poles. I mean, the equipment cabinets, as I mentioned before, either have to be located on the pole itself, which increases the loading on the pole, or adjacent to it. So I can give you design instances where going from a macro design, in other words, one site to go with a distributed antenna system can take 30 distributed sites to get equivalent coverage.
We don't know that, though, because we haven't looked at it. Now, and you did your job. I'm not, jumping on you, but here's just to give you some background. The perspective I come from is I design homes for a living, and especially, remodels and additions. And you sit down with people, and that's my job, is to look at alternatives before you just land on some. Even when I meet with a client, they already have in their mind, this is what I want. I still take them through a process that says, here's alternatives, think about it, really think about it before you throw all your money down, okay? So that's the perspective I come from, as I'm trained to think that way, and so I'm going to think that way about this as well. Thank you.
Can I just add a quick comment through the chair to add on to our consultant's comments talking about the so-called DAS, or distributed antenna systems? Planning Commission and Council recently saw such a proposal from T-Mobile in this town, and you heard from the residents in that neighborhood that they would prefer that the city co-locate facilities on existing antennas. I don't know that either one of these technologies are good as bad. I thought the consultant did a nice job of saying that if you do put the so-called pole toppers or the DASs on existing antennas, you need a lot more of them. It's something certainly one could look at, but again, there are pros and cons to all these things, but Council has seen that proposal and had heard objections to that as well.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Grocott?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Shidi?
Can I add to the question?
If you got something to add.
I'm an RF engineer from AT&T, and I'm the one who designed why choosing the Sprint location is a better option for AT&T to cover the gap in coverage we have. Technically, we look at all the other options along the water tank. One of the consideration we look at is, since we're co-locating to Sprint site, one of the requirements is to have a certain distance to their antennas to prevent interference from other carriers. So your suggestion of putting other antennas around the water tank at a lower elevation, we also consider the location of the antennas with respect to the equipment, such like cable length. The higher the cable length or farther the antennas to the equipment, you're losing power. That means if you lose power, we're not going to cover the gap AT&T is intended to cover. Putting the antenna on top of Sprint is merely because of the requirements from co-location as a guidelines to have a separation between different carriers. That's why we put it on top. We look at putting it below. However, since we're on top of the hill, if you're on top of the hill and you're covering the subscriber or the houses down the hill, your tendency is to down tilt your antennas. And if you go lower to the ground, or for example lower than the Sprint antennas, your tendency is to face down the antenna. That means there's a house right beneath in the perimeter of the water tank. That means if you point it down here, it's gonna face directly to the house right in front of it. That means we're not gonna cover the gap in coverage we need to cover after because it's blocked by the houses itself. That's why we need to put it a little bit higher. That's where the other antennas, other carriers put it. Like, for example, T-Mobile put it higher than us because the way they locate the antenna is right below where the downgrade of the hill. If you go upstairs, T-Mobile is right below downhill and we're a little bit uphill. That's why they need to raise it more to cover the downhill. That is actually why we choose at a higher elevation. I hope it answered the question.
Thank you. Ms. Grocott, you have more?
Yeah, a couple other ones. There was someone that I think it was this this lady here talked about cumulative.
Hold on, Mr. Mr. Durst and Mr. Hensley, I can tell you guys want to say something. After we finish questions, we can open it up to anything you guys want to add on. I don't want you guys to stand for the next, I don't know how long this is going to be.
The comments you made about cumulative impacts, is that an opinion, or I don't know if there's such a thing as a legal fact. I guess there is if there's a fact of a case, but what were you telling us there? Just your legal opinion there, or?
So if I understand your question correctly, you want clarification as to what I was referring to before when I was speaking to cumulative impacts?
Relative to noise, yeah.
Yeah. So cumulative impacts is one of the exceptions to the exemption that has been applied here, so that the project doesn't undergo environmental review under CEQA. Right. And so what the exception says is that when the cumulative impact of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time is significant, then the exemption doesn't apply. That's not my legal opinion. That's what the statute says. So your question is whether there are cumulative impacts with regard to noise?
Right. How do you know when you've reached that threshold?
Well, here, the noise study evaluates, the threshold is the city's threshold, which is 45 dBAs. And the noise study has evaluated the cumulative impacts of all the cabinets and all the equipment at the site, and that is below the city's noise threshold. So there is no cumulative impact.
Okay. Two other follow-up questions is that it does say that if once everything's installed and there's a problem, there would be a need to mitigate, correct?
Well, if there's a problem, there's always a need to mitigate, right?
Okay.
As we stand here, as the project has been proposed, there is no anticipated problem. But yes, there are conditions of approval that address if the noise were to exceed the city's maximum level, that certain things would have to be done.
Okay. And those certain things that were done wouldn't affect the ability of the site to give the coverage that you want?
I mean, it depends on what the planning department would want imposed as a result of the project exceeding those thresholds. So,
okay.
But that wouldn't impact coverage.
And when you're talking about cumulative noise impacts, I know one of the concerns that was voiced by the residents is the departure and the arrival and departure of emergency vehicles. And I suppose that's not looked at, that's not considered.
Of emergency vehicles associated with the project?
24-hour maintenance, I think is what they're discussing.
When there's an allowance for, especially if the system's down or whatever, and you guys deem that this is truly an emergency, then you can go up there at 2 a.m. with equipment to service whatever is causing your service to go down, right? And that, the more carriers there are up there, the more towers there are up there, the more there is the probability of that occurring and happening, and then impacting the neighborhood. So that's when you're talking about noise, cumulative noise, you're not including that. You're just including equipment.
I'll defer to Mr. Hammett on that, but the noises of all the equipment running at the same time, I'm not sure.
Right, and the equipment I'm talking about is the arrival of trucks and cranes and so forth.
again, I don't know that cranes would be something that would occur in an emergency situation.
Oh, I can tell you with knowledge, because I used to live up there at 280 Shelford.
Okay.
And it does. So, yeah.
Then I stand corrected. If you're concerned about the noise of people bringing in cranes in an emergency situation, emergency would be if the power goes down and they're trying to, keep the cell site on the air to provide service for emergency personnel, whatever. That would be an emergency. From my read of how that would be defined by the city. I'm sure the city attorney could provide provide more clarification on what that would be in terms of an emergency that would count for vehicles coming up.
Yeah, actually, I think what counts for an emergency, Greg, do you have I think that's FCC, but...
I think it is regulated by the FCC, and I've stated on the record before that an emergency for a cell provider would be that the site is down. It's not an emergency where life and limb are threatened, it's just their site's down. Obviously, if there was another type of emergency that required that kind of activity, the city has resources that would respond to that type of situation.
So it's not a construction question then? It's a maintenance.
It's a maintenance issue, yeah, right.
It actually looks like your noise ordinance addresses this at section 9.30.070. And I see it's referenced under condition of approval 18.
Okay, take a look at that later. Now, you had stated also about screening with trees and landscape, and I was curious about that because what are you trying to screen, since the whole idea is to get above the trees with a 10-foot extension so you can have your sight lines of your equipment. So what exactly are you screening?
The trees don't interfere with the antenna's viability. It doesn't impede the antenna's ability to do what it needs to do. The screening is for both the antenna and for the cabinets down below. As one of your former neighbors pointed out, in certain areas you can see the cabinet standing from the property line. So the conditions of approval regarding the landscaping and screening would protect their views a little bit better than they're even protected now, and would add additional landscaping so that all that stuff is hidden.
So potentially you could have, say, pine or redwood or something like that, an evergreen tree that's 65 foot tall on that site, and it wouldn't cause issue with the proposed antenna.
I'm going to look back and see if I'm getting a nod from my team, but I believe so. It will impede? So it depends on whether it's in line with the antennas. Sorry, I'm an attorney.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, so I'm still feeling, the question that's not answered, because there's this proposal to put up trees, but I guess from certain vantage points it might be okay with your equipment, with your antenna, and block views, but depending on what, from other vantage points, it would impede exactly what you're trying to do, and so it would not be...
The trees would have to be strategically located if we're talking about 65-foot redwoods. The conditions of approval are addressing all different types of landscaping, not just 65-foot redwoods.
Well, Mr. Brooker, I think where you're going with your question is, are you screening these antennas so they can't be seen at all? You're just screening them so people can't see them from the ground, correct? Is that what we're talking about when we're talking about screening? Because there's a huge difference between the two.
We're screening the equipment.
Oh, so you're not screening the antennas at all? So the antennas will be highly visible above the tree line. You're just screening the...
So they'd be highly visible, but we're not putting anything up in front of them.
Okay, and so you're just screening the boxes?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the difference.
Okay. And then I think I just had a few more questions, if you'll bear with me. One of my questions had to do with grading, and it seems like planning staff has already stated that it's very little. Having been to the site, I was just really curious about that because I was I just had a question about the whole thing of dirt haul and how much are we excavating out and how do we know how much we're taking out? I do know from experience up there that, as the residents have said, it's basically very, very hard compacted clay that's almost like rock or rock. That's all you got out there. It's really hard to grow anything, really. But how much of that will be necessary to remove? Do we know how long, how much, how it's going to get out of there, how long it's going to take, how many truckloads or anything like that?
Right, we don't have that grading plan at this level yet because it's a minor grading permit that'd be approved by the building department. So they would be able to be required to submit that detailed information to the building department and also get approval from Public Works for the dirt haul route.
I'm just curious because I don't know, I've never had a project in San Carlos where I've had to deal with dirt haul, but is this a normal process that you don't deal with these things at planning at all and you only deal with them when you get to building?
Yeah, the threshold for the planning commission review is 1,000 cubic yards. So anything less than that would be handled at the building permit level.
So does an applicant have to show that it's less than 1,000 cubic yards to begin with?
Correct. On their conceptual plan, I mean, it's usually pretty clear when you route it to the different development departments.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take a look at the profile line, and they can give us some advice that says, hey, I know that applicant's stating 50 yards, but it's going to be a whole lot more than that. So it's at that conceptual plan review stage where we do route it to the other departments that they would let us know if the applicant's way off on their estimations.
And
in this one, it's under 1,000 cubic yards.
That's been done.
Yeah, I was going to say we've also taken projects back to Planning Commission that when they come through with their final grading numbers, it's been greater than 1,000 cubic yards, so we bring them back for another round of review.
Okay.
Through the chair, excuse me, Mr. Grocott, I need to make a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, and similar, having to do with process, I'm just curious, I don't know if we can do this or not, but, I think one of the big concerns other than noise and the equipment and so forth that's been talked about is just the impact to the neighborhood. Would it be unreasonable to have, I know in some jurisdictions we don't do this, but, they require story poles and so forth. Could that be done just so that, because even looking at the photographs here that AT&T provided, it's really hard to.
That is, it's within the realm of aesthetics. So in my opinion, you could have a requirement, but we still have to be careful of the effective prohibition. The story poles, if that's the site that is filling the gap in coverage, the story poles would have to reflect where on that site the antenna could be located. And the purpose, I presume, is to try and figure out what's the least intrusive site or location on a site. So you would try to identify that using the story poles.
So it could be something that we could.
It could be something you could
incorporate. Okay. And then I don't think we have to do this for tonight, but I think if we're going to have this extension, there's a lot of comment both by the people who appealed and by staff and so forth about this municipal code section 11. I wrote it down here someplace. I think it's 118 point something. And let me turn over here. I think I have it written down. 18, excuse me, 18, and then
32040.
No, 18. I guess that's a colon. 1118. And actually having that included next time in our packet, so we can, if there's questions about that. But I'll just be getting with staff and trying to get my head around that a little bit, what that all means relative to because there's talk in here. There's discussion in here about the 45-foot and the 65-foot and so forth.
So just to be clear, to follow up with your comment, this application is being reviewed under the previous municipal code section that was in place at the time of application.
Mm-hmm.
So we will include that in your report, as well as the updated section 18.118 that I'm not sure about the effective date, but that came effective after this application was accepted, so that you can see what the conversation is.
Okay.
It's two code sections.
Thanks very much. think that's it.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks for
Mr.
your
Gilcott. I actually don't have any questions, as I was going to go last, and they've all been taken. Mr. Hensley, Mr. Dorson, if you guys want to come up real quickly, we haven't closed the public comment period, so feel free, and then we will discuss our next steps.
Thank you.
No problem.
The young lady from AT&T keeps talking about tower height and 45 feet of being the height of the existing T-Mobile. Well, if I'm 6 feet tall and this is the top of the hill and I add another 4 feet to this is going to be higher than me. I mean, you have to look at the existing elevations of the base of where the towers are at this time. And with new towers up there, I know I handed some photos, but I would like to hand this one to the city clerk to pass by you. I'm sure this is what exactly this is going to look like. Mike Holcomb did the calculations on the height and so forth of this, and this is basically what we believe this is going to look like in our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, just one other quick comment. The in relationship to tower height, the FCC always defines the top of the tower as average height above average terrain. Basically, it's how high the tallest tower or how tall the tower is above sea level. So while the T-Mobile tower is indeed taller, it also is, as Al mentioned, lower on the hill. As far as macro cells go, spreading them out throughout the neighborhoods, that's really how the cellular got started. I've been involved with cellular for a long period of time. The original mobile phones were on towers on top of hills and limited to 15 channels. We have many thousands of channels now, but the whole point was to get them down into the areas where users actually use them. As far as running fiber to them, I know that there are technologies out there that can continue to use T1 mobile lines. The last comment that I want to make, aside from looking at the books that you were handed or delivered earlier, is that in a real emergency, in the event of an earthquake, or even in the Oakland fires, all the cell systems become so overloaded that they become completely useless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Okay, so now we will discuss what our next steps is. And as I said earlier, I'd like to put forth a motion based on a couple things. One, one of the applicants was not here tonight, and we've had numerous requests from applicants to extend to the next city council meeting. And also, we were not given the packet from Mr. Opalenik, as has been mentioned before, until today. And I didn't have a chance to read it prior to this meeting, so I don't want to jump the gun on anything. So I'd like to move that we continue this public hearing until November 14th.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilcott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Thank you all for coming tonight, and we will be doing this on the 14th. Thank you. Okay, we'll give a couple minutes for everyone to clear out, and then we'll be starting with 10A, consideration of adopting a resolution of the City Council directing staff to include the installation of synthetic turf in the plans and specifications for the renovation of Crestview Park. So, Mr. Long, a couple minutes while everyone clears out.
I'm out of here. I won't go home. I'll wait.
Oh, you're going to need Jasmine to fix that. Yeah.
Well, it was something to do with
The hookup.
Do the rest of the meeting standing up.
red button. Rock and roll.
Has Dave got another issue here? I missed something?
Oh, hi, Jess. Sorry. I was calling you. Yeah, I was calling you, but I forgot to answer.
Fly Frank up. Fly Frank up. And Mark stays.
I figured you and Bob would be the ones that would go.
Oh, here's a little plan.
Silly's going to be standing outside. Can we take a long time on this?
I'll be no less than 90 minutes.
Go talk to the neighbors.
We do have to keep an eye on the clock because the extension's only
For 5 more minutes, yeah. So Brad, do you just want to do an extension now, just to get us to 11?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11.
And that's it.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Madam Clerk, I think we're going to have some no votes on this, so.
Councilmember Grisilli is absent. Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes, okay, so for the next 2 items, we have 22 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This should take me probably less than 10 minutes to present this to you. Just as a preface to this, we do have scheduled in 1213 as a recommendation to renovate Crestview Playground. We've set aside $660,000 as identified by the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and that will come before you as part of the fiscal year budget 1213. But one of the items, again, that came from the strategic 6-month strategic plan was to entertain the idea of synthetic turf at Crestview. So I put together some facts to help guide this conversation, and hopefully this will provide enough information for you to make a decision on whether or not to support a resolution in favor of including synthetic turf as part of the renovation. So the current use up there is a lot of soccer playing up there. We do some of our summer camps, but predominantly the field is used for soccer. It is completely turfed. There is no skinned area for baseball. And we have a various users up at that particular location. The level of use currently is 750 hours, and this stems from the Mahati report, which said that we were overusing our athletic field. So we did limit that. We have a lot more available hours that we could program it there. However, that compromises that particular playing field. So we've limited the hours to 750. And as you can see, that it's only 46% of the available hours. And natural grass cannot withstand any additional use without significantly compromising the turf. And the best way to think of this sometimes is creating a level playing field. I mean, it's in a literal sense there. When you use turf too much, you get the ruts, and you don't see that with synthetic turf. The projected use would add an additional 111 days of availability, and that's based on being closed of all months, June and July. That's 6 weeks. That's rested, and that includes rain days. And rain days doesn't simply include the days that it rains, but the subsequent days after that, the field needs to dry out. And so it would add an approximately 700 additional hours of available use if they used it in the same manner that they're using it now. And we're not proposing that we use that we increase the number of teams up there or anything of that nature. It's just making use of the available time that would come with synthetic turf, otherwise unavailable because of rain or being shut down to improve the turf itself. And the synthetic turf will again provide a consistent surface even with the added use. Now here's the annual maintenance. It's $44,400. That we're currently spending, and we're looking at $6,200 with the turf, and we've already experienced a significant savings, as you know, at Highlands. So there are significant savings with maintenance when you install synthetic turf. However, there is a large capital outlay at the front to get it installed. Water savings, about 1.8 million gallons of water annually. That would go down to 600 gallons, so there's a huge savings on water, 1.2 million gallons. So, it does decrease our carbon footprint. Annual maintenance savings would be about $38,000 or $380,000 over a 10-year period of time. And the 10-year, we use that as the life of the turf itself. The expectancy of the newer generations of turf are projected out longer than that, depending on the use. But since we have, controlled use up there, we can anticipate at least 10 years of use from the new synthetic turfs. The replacement cost is, and this is again adjusted for inflation, and since you're just replacing the top, just the carpet itself, it would be $603,000, roughly speaking. So there would be, you'd have to have that against offset the savings that you would get from the annual maintenance. Anyway, that's kind of it in a nutshell. Again, the bottom line that we've seen with Highlands is it just provides more opportunities with less maintenance over the course of a season.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Long. Do we have any questions for Mr. Long?
I have some questions.
Mr. Lewis?
So potentially we could, I realize that there's scheduling issues involved, but we, like we did at Highlands, we could add baseball or softball usage by putting in different color carpeting up there, right?
Excuse me?
By changing the color of the synthetic turf.
Yes.
So we could potentially expand the availability of that, because
that's correct.
I think right now still the schools are the primary providers for girls softball, and the city still has trouble helping provide that space. So
correct.
Yeah, just to jump on Mr. Long, as far as I've been told, there's not a single city field that has softball, correct? They're only at the school sites.
That is correct. They've elected to use the school sites.
Okay.
Right. Are you still suggesting we use the same fill materials at Highlands?
Yes, I am. It's been very successful and it's organic. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's great. And, and the heat differential is just amazing between that and others. Would parking in the renovation, would we be able to expand the parking at all?
We would certainly consider that during the renovation. We'd take a look at the footprint and see if there's anything that we can do to improve parking there. But that would be a consideration.
I would actually suggest that we look at extending the parking, and although we say we're not talking about scheduling more than 2 teams at a time, certainly for practice purposes, there's plenty of spaces for 3 teams to be practicing up there. I wouldn't want to impact the neighborhood anymore, but I would expand parking and think we might be able to get that done given the way the space is used. So I would sort of suggest that as well. Is there and this goes, I guess, for Highlands, but would we schedule is there a yearly maintenance that takes place? Like, do we check out the low areas and then add fill in those areas, or do we look at the high traffic areas and then figure we're going to patch those sooner than others? Or
yes, that is ongoing, and we've been doing that on an as-needed basis at Highlands.
Well, I noticed that Highlands may not be as big of a deal at Crestview, but there's some pretty predictable wear patterns, right? Whenever you patch synthetic turf, even though they do their best job to sew it together, there's a definable seam after the patching. I would think that we actually would install it in such a way that a clear patch that we know is going to be high usage area. So we're not adding seams as time goes on.
Right.
So it's just 2 cents, because so when you look at Highlands and it's like, there's the areas, known patterns.
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Rice?
Yeah, just a general question. Here we are 4 years later after our first turf. All the worst stories we've heard about heat and safety and a dozen other things, have any of those things been a problem that occurred with our current experience?
No, and as council knows, those items were vetted to a large part through the course of Highlands, and I have not received one complaint about any of those issues relative to Highlands Field.
Okay, Mr. Grocott.
2 questions. One is, doing the math real quick, based on the stuff you provided, the differential is like $325,500 between the annual savings on maintenance costs and the cost to replace it 10 years later. That's if you take 603.5 minus 378, you end up with 325.5.
You end up with 225.5.
Really? No.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
608.
603.5.
It's 2 and change.
Yeah, 2 and
minus
change.
378.
Yeah, it's 200,000 and change.
Right.
Well, anyways, whether it's 2 or it's 3, that's still a fair amount of money annually, whether it's 200,000 or 300,000. So, or excuse me, on an annual basis, it'd be 20,000, 22,000 some change, or 32,000 and some change. But anyways, where do we come up with that money?
Well, what we did with Highlands is we had a per-player user fee contribute to that. So we can set up the same kind of program with the use of Crestview synthetic turf.
So we're doing an accounting on that, and we're doing okay on that?
Yes,
on the
that's
user
correct.
fee?
Yeah, we anticipate collecting enough to replace the turf after 8 years for Highlands.
What does that come out to per player generally?
It depends. We do it on a user basis, so the teams that are using it or the sports that are using it more heavily pay more. It's a weighted fee. So it can range anywhere from $15 to $40 per player.
I don't want to get into the details too much, but I'm just curious, how does that work for the average kid who wants to play soccer, and are we now adding weight to that? So if you're paying $15 now because we have one synthetic turf field, if we have two synthetic turf fields, that kid's going to have to pay $25 additional? Or
You will have to work out the details of that with the leagues, but I would suspect that it would be something on a sliding scale that you're talking about, that it would probably go up. If they're paying $15 now, it would probably go up to $20, $22, something like that. Yes.
Okay. And then does this become a fenced-off facility? That, in other words, I don't know, years ago I actually lived up near there. I would be off the dais too, I guess. But I used to go down to this park sometimes in the morning to, get a few laps in. And you see people out there with their dogs and, doing other things, Tai Chi, whatever. Will that still be available for that kind of thing?
Yes, it will be. Just like Highlands is available, there's just open spots throughout the perimeter of that facility, so people will still be able to access the field for other uses.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Well, I don't have any questions, Mr. Long, so I will entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt the attached resolution. Sorry, let me get to the paperwork here. Resolution number 2011-105. Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos directing staff to include the installation of synthetic turf in the plans and specifications for renovation of Crestview Park. Second that.
Any discussion?
Just a little bit. I just want to explain myself. I'm going to go ahead and vote no on this. And it's I understand the usage arguments and all that. I still feel very strongly, just like I did before, park's a park and grass is grass, low grass. You just did a trip up to Mount Shasta this weekend and saw a lot of grass. But, I understand when you're coming from almost a purely athletic standpoint, the need for it and whatnot. I just have a real problem with converting our parks to just absolute park facilities, athletic facilities. I haven't been to Highlands and walked around that much. I mean, I went up there when it was first installed just to take a look and so forth. But I can't imagine going up there all the time and just hanging out on an artificial turf field. And so just from that philosophical standpoint, I guess, it troubles me, and I just cannot bring myself to approve something like this.
I'm not going to change your mind about it, but I would suggest that, I go up to Highlands all the time, and the organic fill has made it a wholly different experience than the rubber pellet fill. I'm glad the public held us to that standard. And in fact, when I'm up there, this is just me empirically looking at it, people are choosing that field more often than the grass field that's right adjacent to the stadium field. It's just beyond it. So for me, we've done a good job as a city to mitigate some of that. The other thing at Crestview, and we didn't get into this level of detail, but the drainage issues up at Crestview are drastically different and worse than almost any other field in San Carlos. So just to do a similar turf thing would be, if we ran the numbers, I will tell you, in the field study and some of the different things we did, it would be grossly more expensive. And so I would say that it is, pretty much, it's field. and it's not going to affect the surrounding park areas that, so from my standpoint, it's just a dramatic upgrade for the area. So.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Marquardt?
No.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item 11A, study session regarding potential outcomes of a California Supreme Court decision on the constitutionality of legislation that would dissolve or significantly impact the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency. Mr. Sawicki, you have about 6 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Agency Chair, Council members, and Board members. Mark Sawicki, Economic Development and Housing Manager. Among the Council's strategic objectives for the current 6-month period is to hold this study session regarding the potential dissolution of the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency. We have provided the following material to inform you and the community on pending litigation in the State Supreme Court over legislation adopted earlier this year and to frame the potential alternative outcomes contingent on the Court's decision. As you may recall, earlier this year, the Governor signed 2 bills into law, one that would dissolve the RDA and one that would allow it to continue if substantial payments were made to the state. They are known as AB 26 and 27, respectively. California Redevelopment Association and League of Cities filed a lawsuit contending that the 2 bills together are an attempt to take local funds and therefore a clear violation of Prop 22, which was passed by the voters in the last election by 61%. The Supreme Court agreed to hear the case and issued a stay on most of the legislation. What remains effective are provisions which effectively freeze the RDA from beginning any new activities or entering into any new commitments or contracts. The most recent update is that there's an oral argument in the case scheduled in the next 3 weeks, and a decision could be rendered within a month thereafter, so we may know sometime in December and no later than mid-January the outcome of the case. We've also recently received notice from the Department of Finance that our first-year remittance payment has been reduced from 1.8 to just under $1.7 million if we were to continue under AB 27. There are 3 probable outcomes to the litigation. The worst is that the RDA is dissolved without any opportunity to continue under AB 27. The impacts would be very significant, which I will detail shortly. This is a possible outcome since many believe that the provisions of AB 27 are the ones that are most completely at odds with Prop 22. The argument against this outcome is that both bills were passed together and that it was the legislature's intent to provide the AB 27 alternative to dissolution. If both bills are deemed constitutional, the RDA can opt in under AB 27, make the payments, and continue. Even if the lawsuit is successful, however, we fully expect there will be new legislation curtailing RDAs. If AB 26 alone is effective, only existing obligations to outside parties will get paid going forward, in particular the bonds that the agency owes. That will come out of tax increment. All other activities and agreements with the city would be invalidated. The Wheeler Plaza project could not proceed. The CIP projects that would have no ongoing source of funding. RDA funds could not be used for economic development, marketing, events, etc., and there would no longer be a general fund overhead reimbursement coming from the agency. All of the RDA's funds and properties would be liquidated by an oversight board that would not have local control. There would only be 2 out of 7 members of that oversight board that are from San Carlos. The city would only get about 11% of the liquidated proceeds. The rest would go to the county, school districts, and other taxing entities. In terms of cash flow, dissolution means a net loss of almost $1.7 million in annual funding that is currently being made available for economic development projects, CIP projects, housing activities, and for general fund administration costs. The general fund alone would experience an annual net loss of almost $800,000. We would also be forced to give up $11 million of fund balances and about $5 million of property. That includes the parcels recently acquired adjacent to Wheeler Plaza. Under AB 26, 3 properties that were purchased with housing funds could be transferred to a newly formed city housing authority. The general fund will receive its fractional share of liquidated proceeds as a one-time receipt of unrestricted property tax revenue. If both bills remain standing, we recommend that the RDA opt in and make the voluntary payments. There's debate over how those future payments will be calculated, how and when increased school pass-throughs may be triggered, and if the level of remittance could be increased later on by the legislature or Department of Finance. Under this outcome, there's likely to be cleanup legislation that will clarify and alter the bill. While the RDA will be able to continue, the remittance payments due each year will sharply curtail projects and activities and require a reduced level of admin and overhead costs in order to remain sustainable. When the outcome and impacts are more fully known, staff can present the council and board with recommended budget adjustments. No one believes that success in the lawsuit will end the attempts to dissolve or alter redevelopment law. There's already been legislation proposed to amend redevelopment law before the lawsuit has even been heard. We should assume that both activities and funding of the RDA will be limited going forward. There may be a short window, however, between the rendering of a decision and any new legislation for the RDA to advance key projects before new uncertainties and limitations are proposed. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, as is our RDA and Economic Development Consultant, Frank Spevacek from RSG. Thank you.
Okay, we're about to hit our time limit. We're going to need a motion for a couple more minutes.
Motion extended 11:05.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So any questions from anyone? Mr. Lewis, do you have anything?
I don't. I've had a chance to talk to Mr. Zawicki, and I think I understand the issues.
Okay, Mr. Grisilli?
No, just wait for this. I'm
Supreme Court.
Mr. Royce? Mr. Grocott?
The only question I had is, might we have this on the agenda possibly again in November after they've started their hearings, if there's any new information, just as a placeholder item?
Well, I would, and to answer that, Mr. Maltby, I would imagine that the minute we know something, this will come back, correct?
That's correct, yeah. I mean, if you'd like us to put in a placeholder for the second meeting in November for an oral report, we can certainly do that. In the meantime, if any pertinent information come up, we'll put it in the newsletter, or I'll call you directly.
Very good.
Okay. Is that it? Do you need anything else from us, Mr. Maltby?
I think that covers it.
All right, with that, everyone have a good evening.
cow and getting the milk, you know, it's kind of like that. They want to have fresh.
Yeah.
And so, that little girl,
Yeah.
little tiny girl.
All right, everyone. Thank you for coming. We're going to get started. I call this City Council meeting of November 14, 2011 to order. Could everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Maltby, do we have any changes to the order of the agenda?
No changes this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Rubens, report from closed session.
There are no reportable actions from the special meeting.
Okay, we'll move on to council communications and announcements. Mr. Grocott.
I have none.
Mr. Royce?
Nothing tonight.
Mr. Lewis?
None.
Mr. Grisilli?